there are some resources up in the nest that you might find interesting while we wait. Once again, thanks very much for joining me a few minutes early. I will get started in about 2 minutes. We're just getting things set up. There are some resources in the nest you can have a look at in the meantime. Okay, it's gone 9 o'clock. I'll get started. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. For those who aren't familiar with this space, we focus on the news, but with a healthy dose of open source intelligence, open source analysis, mainly from great accounts that publish their work here on Twitter. In addition to staying up on the news, we try to highlight tools and techniques, whether you've never engaged in open source analysis or whether you're already fairly experienced at it. We hope we can highlight some tools that might be new to you, and that way we bring everybody's skill up. And then finally, when there are good projects that people have developed, we try to invite them on to explain them to the community, and in that way sometimes people with an interest can connect, and we hope to build some networking and collaboration. If you have a look at the top of these spaces window, these conversations rely fairly heavily on what we call the nest. So it's the panel at the top of the screen where you can put links to individual tweets. I rely on that a fair bit. Number one, so that you don't have to take my word for it. So just about everything that I present to you, I try to have a source for. But then secondly, if it's a subject that you find you're interested in, that's a starting point for you to take it away for some further reading. I will, I'll note that friends of the space are streaming this conversation onto YouTube. I would encourage you to participate here on Twitter, because if you ever want to come up to ask a question or give a comment, you need to do that here. However, if you ever miss a conversation that you'd like to look back on, or perhaps there's something you remember we talked about before and you'd like to look it up later, you can always go over to that YouTube channel of our friends and find it. We'll have a link to the YouTube up shortly if it's not already there. And if you've never had a look over there, you might be interested, because they've convinced me to put a camera on, and I got a haircut yesterday. It's a little shorter than I had hoped for, so you can go over and check out whether they did a good job. I hear this next technique works for Mr. Beast. And so what I'll say is, if I manage to get 100,000 likes on that YouTube video, then I will shave my beard. So if you do have a look at the nest, the first item all the way on the far right is the invitation to this space. But if you were to click on it, in the thread below are essentially all of my speaking notes. By looking there, you can maybe get ahead of the conversation a little bit and identify things that you might want to speak about. If you do want to speak as we go along, we invite all kinds of contribution. Hit the microphone button in the bottom left of the Spaces window, and that will request, and we'll try and bring you up. And as we're going along, if you're enjoying the conversation, we'd like to get as many people into the discussion as possible. And so if you retweet the space, hitting the button in the bottom right, we would appreciate that. Working through the nest. So what I like to do is work through some resources, podcasts and the like. I'll do that for maybe the next 10 or 15 minutes. We also are hoping that we'll be joined tonight by OSINT Defender, who is a friend of ours. He's come and spoken with us before. In particular, we were hoping to chat with Defender about navigating OSINT on social media, because he has done a terrific job. He's built a well-known brand, but that every so often in the world of OSINT, you're going to put things up that are wrong. And sometimes those things you put up that are wrong, you might say to yourself, oh boy, I should have checked that out some more, maybe done some more investigation before putting it up. And that partly goes to a philosophical question about, are you sharing information that is new and breaking so that others can know to dig into it? Or are you sharing information in a way that you think you're perceived as, a source that everything you share is verified? So we're hoping to get into discussions of those matters a little bit, because in the last week or so, OSINT Defender has had a little bit of criticism of his posting style. And I thought it would be a great opportunity, both for those who might be critical of his approach, to just, raise those items with him, and then have a conversation about being, how we're thoughtful and why we do what we do with OSINT here on Twitter. And so we'll speak with Defender for maybe half an hour or so, depending on how well the conversation's flowing. And then we'll get into Ukraine updates and discuss everything from the Belgorod raids to the attack on the Ivan Kurs. And then hopefully we'll get into some of the less trod ground that I am particularly interested in, including some of the economics and politics that have developed in the last week or so. So starting with the second item from the right in the nest, that's our community calendar. And we developed that because the search function for spaces on Twitter is not very good at all. And we had several people who were hosting fairly regularly, and we wanted to coordinate so we weren't, overlapping, and that you don't forget about, a space that a great host is having. And then in addition to spaces, we also put on at outside events, most of which are conversations held at universities and think tanks. They're almost all related either to the war in Ukraine or to OSINT more generally. If you were to click on the link, it will come up as a web page. You can click on the individual items in the calendar, and if they're coming up, then it should lead you to a registration link for an event or an invite for a space, or if it's already passed, usually there will be a recording. The one event, and I'll put this to the front of the nest, the one event I wanted to highlight from the last couple of days, it was actually held yesterday, but there is recording available. It was the DIA Summit held in Washington, D.C., where DIA is the app by which Ukrainians can interface with all sorts of government services. And that's a feature they've built for the purposes of continuation of government resiliency. And they're adding new features to it all the time. It really does seem like it's one of the most advanced apps of the sort. And so not only is it, potentially a necessity in wartime, but it seems like a great initiative overall that probably several countries could learn from. As part of that summit, they're also discussing a lot of their governance strategy going forward. So it was an interesting talk. There are several podcasts that have come up in the last couple of days. Because there were so many, I'll just mention a few of them quickly. Later today, we will hopefully get around to talking about some of the peace proposals, including from South Africa and Brazil and China. And the Vatican has also appointed a peace envoy to attend meetings both with Kiev and with Moscow. And so the cardinal was appointed as the envoy. And if you have a look at that tweet called Calendar Events and Podcasts, you can go to the podcast that discusses the background of that cardinal who is the peace envoy, and prospects for him to make diplomatic progress. Another conversation that was had, I'll move it to the front of the nest. We have been chatting with updates over the last week or so after the back and forth with comments from Elon Musk, where he seemed to endorse the idea that the open source investigation outfit Bellingcat may have been involved in PSYOPs to try to manipulate the story around a shooting in the United States. Regular listeners will know that we rely on Bellingcat a fair bit, and they seem like a great source. This podcast was a conversation on the BBC, interviewing Elliot Higgins, the founder of that organization, addressing the allegations from Musk. So if you want to follow that ongoing story, it is in the front of the nest. There are two interesting talks that were held by Rusi in the last couple of days. The first of which was on disinformation and political warfare, particularly in the context of Ukraine. And then the other was a conversation with Justin Bronk, who does great analysis of Air Force matters here on Twitter. And he was on talking about Russian air operations in the Ukrainian war. When his report was released a little over a week ago, we highlighted it in written form as well. There was a podcast episode put out by the Crisis Group, and we are interested in OSINT generally, not just in relation to the war in Ukraine. So we do try and draw in elements from other places in the world. This conversation that the Crisis Group had was on Khartoum is being destroyed, and what does this mean for Sudan? And so we do like to bring elements of conflict from around the world in. There was a new episode of the Russia contingency out this week, where Michael Kaufman, who you guys will know is one of the foremost experts on Russian military, he had a conversation with a professor discussing Russian revisionism of history and the likelihood of future U.S. power. Just a reminder that the Russia contingency is available only to subscribers. So I know some of you have enjoyed it enough that you've gone and subscribed just for that purpose. Finally, there was a podcast. I mentioned it on Sunday because they had sort of put out a teaser. It's the podcast that's run by Michael Weiss, or excuse me, I think it's run by Jack Margolin, but he spoke with his guest, Michael Weiss, who writes for Yahoo News, and he's broken several interesting stories. And they're chatting about the politics of Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, and his attacks on the Russian Ministry of Defense politically. I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but I hope to find some time in the next couple of days. So that was quite a lot, a little bit more than usual. And similarly, there were a lot of resources. So I'll run through those, try and get through them in maybe 5 minutes or so. I'll add the particularly interesting ones to the nest so that you'll see them pop up on the left side as I go along. The first of which is a call from Joanna Wild, who does some technical work with Bellingcat. And she put out a request to all open source researchers to say, what are your favorite command line based tools? Because they're hoping to put together a list of the best of them. So if you have any favorites, send them in to Joanna or add them to the thread. I'm sure the final list that, they'll put it out eventually. I suspect there might wind up being some interesting conversation in the replies to the tweet as well. This next item I'll highlight, but I'll admit that with some of these technical things in OSINT, they're over my head. And so if you were going to ask me exactly how this works, I'll admit I can't tell you, but I do know that some interesting people in OSINT were retweeting this today, and I've added it to the front of the nest. It's an organization called Pix4D, and they're apparently introducing a new file format for the purposes of open photogrammetry. Now, I know enough that that's about sort of locating points in photographs and kind of mapping it onto GIS or geographical information systems. But the precise advantages of it, I couldn't tell you. But if you are more sophisticated at that than I am, that may interest you. We heard just a moment ago about 2 podcasts put out by RUSI, which is the Royal United Services Institute. And in addition to that, they have just put out today a written report called Stalking the Seabed, How Russia Will Target Critical Undersea Infrastructure, which is, of course, a subject that we've discussed several times following the attack on the Nord Stream pipelines and suspicion about various Russian special ops ships near cable lines in the North Sea. So RUSI always puts out a great product. Now, a couple of data tools. This first one, which should appear in the nest in just a moment, is put out by Bellingcat. And again, this is getting into the international field. And what they did was put together a data set of damage reports in the border clashes between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan in late 2022. Hopefully those matters have been settled, and it doesn't sound like the tension is too high along that border at the moment. But understanding what happened after the fact is helpful, and it gives context to those who are studying the region. Similarly, in terms of data, what is it, the name of the organization again? Well, it's C4ADS. I apologize, I don't recall the expanded version of the acronym, but they've put together a new map, should appear in the nest now, that is called the Afghan Witness Map. And I believe it's the same organization that has put out a map called the Myanmar Witness with similar goals, the purpose being to look at human rights abuses and security threats. So, of course, in Myanmar in their first map, and in this case in Afghanistan. As a final data point, this is a really cool project put together by sort of a friend of our space. So it should appear in the front of the nest. But Marcus is a terrific flight tracker, ship tracker. And in this case, Marcus has put together a data set for several months worth of flight that were indicated that they were Russian aircraft. And that while you can track things on an individual level, when you get them to, a big aggregate, almost comprehensive level, sometimes unique patterns can emerge in that way. And so once again, this is beyond what I'm capable of helping with at the moment. If you were a flight tracker or just
Michael, your audio is a little bit funky.
Sure.
So I want to reset.
Sure.
I'll just remind people to retweet the space if you want to let your the people who follow you know that you're in this space and would like to share the news information that's coming out here. Also, if you hear anything that you want to ask about or you have any updates that you'd like to share with the space, please do request the mic and we would be happy to bring you up. Hopefully we can get Michael's mic back. I think he should be set up.
I am back now, yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for letting me know and covering there. For those who don't know, when I host these spaces, I run it in an emulator. I run Twitter in an emulator so that I can do it from a desktop, which is generally more stable, but occasionally it generates glitches in my microphone. So apologies for that. I think I had run through the interesting data sets. I had just finished describing to you Marcus's data set of Russian flights. And I did want to run through one more set of sort of background material. So if you have a look in the nest, it's a ways back now. So what I'll move them up individually to the front, to the left. But these were interesting examples, all related to artificial intelligence generation. And so the first I'm going to put up, these first two. The first is an example of a researcher in this field using an AI voice generator to mimic the voice of a colleague of hers. And to use it in some examples to fool people into believing they were speaking with the colleague, which, you'd think that's an experiment, perhaps, it's a bit of a novelty. But then this next item that's going up is I'll call him a civil rights campaigner, Bill Browder, who has written Red Notice and Freezing Order and been a strong critic of the Kremlin. He put up a post yesterday noting that somebody had called him and they were impersonating former Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko. And apparently they were using AI tech to generate a deep fake, and it included both audio and video. Because he was claiming to speak Ukrainian and claimed that the audio was a translator to English, I suppose they didn't have to have as sophisticated a voice emulation, but the video deepfake was enough to initially get past their Bill Browder's screening procedures. And I guess that the content started to go off the rails at some point where they realized they were not speaking with Poroshenko. So he put he wanted to get ahead of the curve, which is probably wise, and put out a notice that, hey, I fell for it for a few minutes. So if they try and come out to embarrass me, we did our best. We ended the conversation when we could, but we were fooled for a little while. And so given these increasing risks, there are a handful of resources that I thought were useful from the last couple of days. The first of which is a video on explaining generative AI and how it works. And it was tweeted out by Brett Castell, who's a well-known OSINT researcher. And so I think that it has sort of, his stamp of approval as being a good explanation. In addition to that, this was the first instance I saw of a tool. I'll admit I haven't played with it very much, but even the fact that it exists publicly should appear in the Nest. It's, I believe the service is called Optic, and it is an AI or not evaluating tool. I believe it's online as opposed to an app, but in any event, it was used in connection with some fires that happened in Moscow 2 days ago to see whether it seemed like it was, a made up AI image. And it's interesting that those tools to be using AI to try to detect AI has already started a little bit of an arms race. And then finally, as a resource, I think that it remains available as a recording. Now, this is a commercial product. I don't know that it's free. It may be worthwhile to some of you who are a bit more deeply involved in this, but it's a product from MedX Forensics. And what it does is it looks at aspects of video to try to determine whether it's been edited at all or touched up, which, while not necessarily an AI question, is certainly important to know if footage has been doctored. And the presentation explains how that piece of software works. So if that's the sort of thing that might be useful to you in your work or research, check out that talk. That was it for resources. I'll take a break for a moment. Aaron, I see you have your hand up. Did you want to go ahead?
Sorry. Give me a second. Sorry. Just want to say air raid alerts all over Ukraine. Looks like that possible Iskander-M ballistic missiles have landed in Dnipro. Sorry. And it looks like there's been hits in Dnipro.
Okay. Thanks for the update. I guess while you're listening, keep an eye on that, and we'll learn the consequences of that. Hopefully, air defense has stood up tonight as well as it has in the last couple of weeks, because they've been doing a terrific job.
Yeah, so thanks a million. Sorry about that. I coughing. So yeah, SRBM ballistic missile strike looks like in Dnipro. It's going to get a lot more data for it, but there's some video of it too.
Yep, and no worries. That's just how live audio works. It's no problem. Okay. I will move it to the front because, as is my habit, I've flooded the Nest with content. So I do like to put up some material just as an overview on the state of affairs in Ukraine. I'll often put up several mappers. It seems like many of the mappers who had been at it, Germany of the West and Defmon, even Andrew Perpetua, that because the front line has been moving so little in the last week or two, they have slowed their update schedules, by varying degrees. So there aren't too many maps. The only map in that tweet on Ukraine overview is from the Institute for the Study of War. However, Andrew Perpetua continues to do live streams on YouTube on Tuesday nights and Thursday nights. And so there should be a link there to his live stream from this evening. I think he suggested it was going to be shorter, so it may already have ended, but you can always check his channel out to look at recordings. With regard to the question of, has the counteroffensive begun? And we've discussed this several times, with various people saying, oh, it's shaping operations, or it has definitely begun or definitely not. There's a tweet there by Mikhailo Podolyak, who is an advisor to the president's office, noting that, look, a counteroffensive, it's not a single thing. There won't be a ribbon cutting to declare it begun, that it will just be many actions. And it's a question of essentially density of those actions. And that, the counteroffensive can include the destruction of enemy logistics, which I think most people would refer to as being in the shaping stage of things. So he's saying essentially those activities have begun. Don't expect there to be a declaration of it beginning. It'll just be work, and it will intensify with time. Finally, I will highlight this one tweet from David Helms, who is a friend of ours. He's come to chat with us twice anyway. And David has a background in looking at meteorology and, some groundwater questions. He does a great job focusing on those issues. And he noted on Wednesday that there will be a little bit higher than normal rainfall in the next week or so. And that as a result, it looks like trafficability, with regard to mud, will go into the no-go zone for another 1 to 2 weeks, which may be feeding into Ukrainian commanders' decisions about whether to proceed or not. So I just got a note. OPSEC, did you want to come in with any comment? I think you said maybe it wasn't easy for you to raise your hand.
No, I was just going to build off what you were talking about when it comes to a counteroffensive. I think it would be advantageous to remember back to, this feint that we saw in Zaporizhia, and then what we saw in Kharkiv, and then what actually turned out to be the actual main movement of the Ukrainian troops. And then, they can always double back to places like Kherson. So I think having such a long front line for the Russians is definitely a disadvantage. And they can fake that they're going to Kherson or Zaporizhia or what we ended up seeing was then the push in Kharkiv. The same exact thing could happen again.
And it certainly seems that with the complications along the border into Belgorod and Kursk, that may complicate Russian calculations as well.
So I am not able to mute, so I'm just going to drop and come back up.
Okay, no worries. And I did mention it at the top of the space, but just a reminder that up in the nest, there is a link to the live stream on YouTube, particularly if you want to check that account out so that you can look back at past episodes or in case you ever miss our conversation live. That's in the front of the nest now. In the background, I have also received a note from OSINT Defender that he is hoping to drop by to have a discussion about, standards in disseminating OSINT on social media, but he may be a little bit late. If that's the case, then we'll just move into conversations about updates, mainly about Ukraine. So that's no worries. And then if Defender is able to join us, then we will turn to that subject. Okay, one more thing I wanted to get to, as I'm just, excuse the clicking in the background, I'm trying to get to the left-hand side of the nest. One resource that we haven't talked about very much in the space is Discord servers. And we have talked about, for example, YouTube channels for folks who are doing intro to OSINT videos on YouTube, but a lot of this work is done on Discord. Now, I'm a member of the groups that I've listed here, and there are a handful of smaller private Discord servers as well. But I'll admit that some of these bigger Discords, I haven't really delved into in detail what's going on in each of them, but they're the better known groups. And so I thought it would be interesting both to put it out there in case you guys wanted to try to get more involved on some of the work that doesn't appear on Twitter. But then also, if you have any suggestions for other Discord servers that are focused on OSINT and that are publicly accessible, then please add them to the replies. I'd love to build out a bigger list. The 5 that I've listed here are Bellingcat, Project Owl, the Pentamon, which is the public Discord server for Defmon, the Defender Dome, which is the Discord that's run by OSINT Defender, and then the Airframes Discord server, which we had the Bald Geek on to discuss his air traffic tracking via ACARS as opposed to ADS-B messages. And Airframes is the platform that they're building out for that tool, and they have their own Discord server. So once again, if you are aware of any additional Discord servers that you think would be good to add to the list, then please either add them in replies or reach out and DM me. Okay, I had thought we might switch to our discussion with Defender at this point, but as we move into Ukraine updates, you'll have to just bear with me as I get some content lined up in the nest. I think we'll start with the raids in Belgorod. Or excuse me, no, we'll start with the newest news today, which is the attack on the Ivan Kurs, which is sort of a specialty ship that it is a Russian ship that's used for repair and I think laying of pipelines and cables. And news broke this morning that it had been attacked by a number of the remote maritime drones, unmanned surface vessels of Ukraine that we have seen in prior attacks in Sevastopol several times now. And it was sort of a slowly breaking story because it took place in the middle of, well, deeper out into the Black Sea. There weren't a lot of people around to observe it, so we had to wait on footage to leak from the Ukrainians and the Russians. And so starting in the nest, the first item is footage that was released by the Russians of the ship defending itself, firing at the drones as they approached, and it showed the destruction of a drone. And they said that, there was this attempt made against the ship, but that all the drones were destroyed. And then Russia went on to cast it in a way that maybe tried to score political points. So they said it happened, near the entrance to the Bosporus Straits in Turkish exclusive economic zone waters, which could, draw the ire of Turkey because keeping the straits clear and navigable is a strong interest of Turkey's. But then when they added additional information, they ultimately noted that it was 140 kilometers away from the straits, and that it was specifically working on the Turkstream pipeline. And so if you scroll to the third item in the nest, when that news broke, people were not able to see the Ivan Kurs AIS signals, so they couldn't see it on the marine tracking sites. But when the Russians said that it was 140 kilometers away working on this pipeline, I went and pulled up the map of the pipeline, and I went in to these tools where you can draw a radius around a site. So I drew a radius 140 kilometers from the exit of the straits, and that gives you an idea of where the pipeline path connects with that radius, where the Russians would be suggesting the ship was at the time of the attack. And then I just threw in a map of the Turkish exclusive economic zone. And because people might not understand that there are differences between territorial waters and exclusive economic zone, I believe territorial waters is 12 kilometers. And exclusive economic zone is quite a bit further out, really for, exploitation of minerals and fishing and the like. And so it seemed like Russia was trying to cast it in a way to stir up trouble. So, and just the second item in the nest was Russia's statement that the ship wasn't damaged at all. Before going on to a few more points, we'll take a break. I'll give OPSEC co-host privilege, and then we'll go to Aaron.
Yeah, so the EEZ, or Exclusive Economic Zone, is 200 nautical miles. But when you're looking at something like a body of water that is the Black Sea, based on the size of it, there are a lot of different treaties that come into play, because you might not have the same area to claim those waters. And so if you look at the EEZ for the Black Sea, they all border each other. So any action that is taken within the Black Sea is going to take place in one country's exclusive economic zone. And I think it's 12 nautical miles as well, rather than kilometers for territorial waters.
Yeah, I think you're right. Thanks for the correction on nautical miles. Also note that I had to be a little bit careful when I went to find a map of the exclusive economic zone, because there are now versions that have been circulated attempting to redivide the exclusive economic zones of the Black Sea based on the idea that Crimea is Russian territory. So, you have to take those sorts of things into account when you look online. Aaron, go ahead.
So the Ivan Kurs is a Yuri Ivanov class intelligence warfare ship. She's the product 18280. It's a signals intelligence collection ship, launched in 2017. There's two of these active now, and that's what it is. It's very much a that ship, of course, is what was claimed to be hit by the USV. But that's what it does is, so it signals intelligence, whether that be cable tapping, whether that would be, using radio jamming equipment. It could be there's numerous categories of what it could do, but that's what it is. It's definitely an intelligence gathering ship. And they originally planned to build 4 of these. The Russians actually wanted to have 4 of these ships by 2020, but the date was pushed back by to 2025. So that's what she is. That's what. It's not heavily armed. It's got 14.2. It's got 4 14.5 millimeter machine guns and 6 Igla man-portable surface-to-air missile systems. Those are man pads. So that's what it's armed with. It's not heavily armed, but it's definitely intelligence gathering for sure.
Which begs the explanation of the Russians, where they say that it was working on the Turk Stream pipeline. I mean, perhaps it's equipped to do some, cable work undersea. So maybe that explanation is believable, but you wonder whether it was serving other purposes as well.
Absolutely. Thanks. Yep.
Running through a couple more items in the nest, starting with the 4th. One of the first things that alerted people to something unusual happening in the Black Sea, it shows the flight track of Forte, which is one of the U.S. recon drones. And it was running an extremely unusual flight pattern. So a friend of our space, AV Scan New Zealand, had said that in 2 years of watching these sorts of, search patterns, he had never seen a track like this. So it seemed very clear that the drone was looping around, either searching for something or tracking something in an unusual way. And then what came out was the Russians saying, well, there's been no damage. And they released some old images of the Ivan Kurs that were, several years old, but claiming it was from today. And luckily somebody went out and found the original copies so they can call out the fake information. And then I think in the same way, fake information was used in the other direction, which was, distracted for a moment, which was, I think OPSEC actually made a post about this, using photographs of damage from the USS Cole attack about 20 years ago. suggesting that it was the Ivan Kurz. So you have to be careful on both sides of the equation. I'm just queuing up our next set of data here. And so additional video then came out later, released by the Ukrainians, that showed that it had in fact been hit by at least one drone that hit it near the stern of the ship. And however, you didn't see the detonation itself, so it's not clear the degree of damage, which is why there was some ability for people to claim more damage than had actually occurred. And so just before continuing, I see that Clay has his hand up. Go ahead, Clay.
Hi, thank you. I don't want to distract from this conversation, but I did want to quickly mention, since it was asked if we had any recommendations for Discord channels, I did reply to that tweet that listed out the channels that you had. I did have one more that I wanted to add. It's called Ukraine at War. It's a pretty active channel and very well moderated. They have a casual conflict chat that gets pretty rowdy at sometimes, but is still well moderated for, you know, for what it is, and also plenty of other channels that are much more topic specific and dedicated to more serious conversation. You won't necessarily get the most up-to-date information. If you're pretty active on Twitter, you'll probably see news coming out just before or at about the same time as you'd see it there. But it gives you a good place to go to be able to talk to people about your thoughts or get their thoughts. So if anyone wanted to check that out, they can do that. So that was it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I do appreciate people chipping those in. I'll check that one out, Ukraine at War. That's also reminded me just to note, because there might be some listeners who have seen these, there are actually 3 or 4 Discord servers that are apparently OSINT focused, but they're in French. And they weren't affiliated with organizations I'm familiar with. So I'm curious to dig into them a little bit more to see what their reputation is. But if you speak French, then apparently there is a thriving OSINT community on Discord.
So I think Austin actually runs 2 of those, and they're in Quebecois.
Yeah, freaking Quebecois. But actually, Michael, to that point, but to that point, I think it's very important. Like, there's a huge French OSINT community. I'm very fortunate and I think Austin Opsec as well. Costas Belli. I mean, just a phenomenal account that deals a lot. I mean, he tweets those in English, but the vast majority of his content is French. But he produces amazing reporting specifically about Africa and Wagner's presence in Africa. And he's a huge focus and somebody I've been very fortunate to coordinate with. And he was actually very helpful even for me with the whole craziness in Sinaloa in January. He was there. And I know Austin Opsec, as well. I think, he's a great account. But the French OSINT community, I don't think it gets the amount of love that it deserves and the fundamental work and phenomenal work that they provide to everybody. Just because they speak a different language does not negate the amount of content they produce. And there's a huge OSINT community exploding everywhere. I mean, like, I couldn't do what I do without Mexican, and Spanish accounts that cover that and around the world. So, I think it's a pity that a lot of it, that when we, because we might be language limited, that we focus on English. But don't be afraid to try to just use Google Translate. I do it a lot for Haiti and Brazil because they speak Creole, French, or Portuguese. That's not languages I speak. And I have to use Google Translate or any form of translation. But they produce amazing content that if you don't do that work, it gets completely missed, at least in the English sphere. And we just need to be that bridge.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you're listening now and you also speak a language besides English, and either you're aware of foreign language, foreign language is not a reason not to let us know. Even if we can't follow all the content, it would be great just to understand who's out there doing the work. And likewise, if you're doing OSINT work and you do speak a foreign language and you think that there, is space to be doing OSINT or translating some of the great work people are doing in English into whatever language you speak, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Go ahead, OPSEC.
Yeah, so just to that point on Africa, a lot of the Russian propaganda has moved on from the English language. They're focusing on French to target some of those states in the Sahel, as well as Spanish. And so to combat that, I think it's very important to be aware of what's going on in those OSINT communities, but also, if you can, team up with people who speak that language to post some of the same information, share information, and make sure that it's spread in that language, because otherwise, just like we sometimes overlook what happens in the Francophone sphere, the same probably happens in terms of missing things that happen in English OSINT spaces.
And if I may, Michael, just to, I think the importance of this, right, is that don't be. I think that I remember I think I was having a conversation with Spook about this, and he said, "Oh, OSINT and cartels," and I was like, "Look, that's not what I do. A lot of the things I rely heavily on people in Mexico, and there's some work I do independently, but also in coordination with people there." And the term he used, well, if anything, you're a bridge. Right. And it allows for expansion of awareness of that. And what to anybody here, right, like, and Michael, I know you and I have talked about this a lot. And what I would love, one area that I think is very heavily covered in Portuguese in Brazil, but not in the English sphere, is Brazilian gangs. I mean, there's enormous potential to do analysis on that, covering that track. And even if you're just an aggregate of information and you post that and you just have the time to translate it, there's many accounts that I follow that are Portuguese that do amazing work, and I'm just limited by that language barrier, right? And if there's somebody here who speaks fluent Portuguese, who has an understanding, maybe basic understanding of Brazil, I highly encourage you, jump in on it. DM me if you want some of the places I track, and then you can get a start and we can start a conversation. Because I think an English coverage, and that's just a specific example, Brazilian gangs, for a lot of the communities that track organized crime, I think that's a huge gap, and it would be great if we get it. But if you speak a foreign language and you see in the English world, in English Twitter, something is not covered that should be covered, jump in on it. That's why I covered cartels, because I just saw that gap in English and I thought it was hey, maybe I can try it, and it's worked out. Jump in on it. I think it's, OSINT is a collaboration, not a competition.
And that idea of being a bridge is more or less exactly why I hold these spaces. I mean, I'm interested in what happens in Ukraine, but it was by watching what happens in Ukraine that I saw all this great work being done, but people weren't coordinating, people weren't necessarily even aware of one another. And so I wanted to have a space where the flight trackers could come and see what the ship trackers are doing, who could see what the geolocators are doing, who could see what the cyber guys are doing, and that it would at least be a common enough ground where you would say, oh, shoot, that's an interesting subject area that touches on the thing that I do. Maybe I can chip in on that. So it's not just the language barrier, it's also sort of the information silos. I think it was Austin and then Cece. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, so just to tack on to that a little bit, the bringing together of minds is so sort of quintessential to, government-based intelligence work. It only makes sense that OSINT itself is evolving to that point too, because like when any three-letter agency in the U.S. is making a decision, they're bringing in a ton of different specialists who one person, like you said, could be a ship tracker, someone could be a geo-int guy, whatever. So seeing that sort of congruence is really important for getting a wider view of like the big picture. Also, I wanted to comment on what All Source was saying about Brazilian criminal activities and criminal organizations and like the ecosystem going on there. Yeah, if any of the listeners are interested in that, a really good resource to start is Inside Crime. They do a lot of really good reporting on sort of individual events as well as like organizations that operate within Brazil. But that's a perfect example of something that's heavily covered in not English generally. But the last thing I wanted to point out that involving yourself in some of these foreign language speaking spaces is really productive for a couple of reasons. Number one, you're getting opinions you wouldn't normally see in the English speaking space just based upon where people are from, what their experience was growing up, and also like how long they've been studying these sorts of things. But number two, it's actually a really good way to learn a language. Seeing repeated words, like your mind will naturally start to associate the more you're like translating things, what they actually mean. And so while you're doing this, you are actually picking up on the language itself, and also operating in an environment where you have a ton of native speakers to work with is an excellent way to pick up that skill.
Yep. Yeah, great points there. I know that by reading so many news pieces that were originally in Ukrainian and Russian, I at least, perhaps it didn't teach me Ukrainian, but it inspired me to go out and start learning it. So there's that aspect of it too. Cece, go ahead.
I had a question for All Source. Howdy. Hezbollah in Mexico. I have two questions actually. Do you have language sources to kind of track their actions in Mexico?
Did you say Hezbollah? Was the specific question?
Yes.
So I think there's reporting. I think there's I'm going to answer that question with a broad answer, right? And I hope it addresses your point. Are there incidents of Hezbollah or other terrorists or people on the kind of the terrorist watch list that try to get into the border? Yes, right. But excuse me. But does that necessarily translate to a significant presence or even just a small presence? No, right. So a lot of the activities, not only in Mexico, but in South America, and actually, if you're very interested in Hezbollah, really focus more on Latin America, the tri-border region of Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina. That is a very huge area. Venezuela as well. Very small in Mexico, but a lot of these groups that operate in Mexico and South America are more kind of like logistics and finance, not necessarily what we would look more in the terrorist planning side of the house. But Hezbollah has a global reach. There's well-documented reporting of their presence in West Africa, but a lot of it is more tied to, obviously Argentina suffered terrorist attacks in the 90s, but for the most part, most of the activities we see there is more finance and logistics. And in Mexico, not to the level that we see, for example, in the tri-border region in South America, very small and almost, I'm not going to say non-existent, but very minimal. I'm not seeing significant reporting of their activities down there in Mexico specifically.
So I keep hearing it's supposed to be the new front. Have you not heard that this is beginning?
For Hezbollah trying to grow presence in Mexico? I'm sorry, Cece, can you say that again? You came in a little bit broken for me.
Hezbollah in Mexico. I understand what you're saying is that there's a lot more in Central and South America. I get that. Duly noted. I'm just wondering about their rather new presence in Mexico, like the estimated numbers that you.
I would have to do some research, but let me put it this way. I mean, I don't know if there's any specifics, any declarations or anything like that, or any sources that you're referencing or reporting that you're referencing. Please send it my way so I can, read up on it. From what I've tracked and everything, I haven't seen anything that would raise an alarm. And to be honest, this is something where it might sound counterintuitive, but I think the Mexican government, the last thing they want and the last thing they need is a foreign terrorist organization of that magnitude and nature operating in their country at significance. Because if they're already having the microscope of the U.S. government because of fentanyl and cartels, the one thing where they're going to try to clamp down very heavily is in any notions of terrorist organizations. And again, if Hezbollah does anything in Mexico, however small, you're probably looking more at, if anything, money laundering. And many people forget, there's a significant, money laundering and Hezbollah presence in the United States, right? I mean, but a lot of this is, although some of them is related to terrorist activity and planning, there's also significant importance of that in money laundering. I just haven't seen that much in Mexico, but please share your sources. I would love to read up on it and educate myself more.
I'll get you in DMs, but I'm talking strictly money and logistics. But yeah, we'll go back and forth.
Okay. We're bouncing around a little bit. Slowly winding our way back. The conversation about OSINT work in foreign languages, somebody just pointed out to me that friends of ours who run the Tochny conversations on Sundays about developments in Ukraine just recently held their first space in Italian. And I know they have participants from a couple of countries in Europe, so that's a cool initiative. It's nice to see people starting to do some of those things. We had hands. The only hands I see up at the moment is random, so we'll go to random.
Yo. So about foreign languages and stuff like that, I find that it is easier to network, and you find on platforms and on the internet, it's easier to network with people who are from outside the U.S. I know in Tochny, there's a couple people I could think of that I've already talked to that are both either French or Italian. But when it comes to like OSINT accounts and stuff like that, it's good to collaborate as well, especially with more complex languages that are more complicated than English. Like it's easier for, as like if you're just a native English speaker, to learn a certain language compared to others. Say if you want to do OSINT work in Asia, you're going to have to get into like the kanji, like the hiragana, the katakana with the Japanese, or the alphabet in Korean, or Mandarin simplified in traditional Chinese if you're dealing with Taiwan and with the PRC. In some respects, Translate is your friend, like Allsource said. Also, it's a lot cheaper. Just as an example, I'm sure you guys know by now that the U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Fair was held in my hometown this week. I couldn't go because they charged over $450 to network. So that's the good side of open source, is that it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg unless you get into the really big profession or have like a discount or through academia or business. And I wish I could have gone today because Avril Haines was there. But the other thing is that I did want to ask Allsource a question as well about Mexico and just travel to the border, because there's been an uptick in Russian and Chinese recently heading to the border to try and get across the United States. And I'm wondering if that's raised any eyebrows in what you've been dealing with. And also, I know it doesn't get talked about, but I know you and Austin, shameless plug, on a OSINT podcast, talked about Haiti recently, and wondering how that connects with what OPSEC was talking about in the Francosphere, because Haiti is a French-speaking country in the Caribbean, and how things are affected there, considering, back a while back, there was the docs with Wagner and all that.
So those are pretty wide-ranging questions.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't know if Allsource wants to speak to, one or more of them quickly, but then we'll try and work back to the subject.
I totally understand. I just want to say one last thing. Glory to the chairman.
Okay. Obligatory inside jokes. So have you been seeing much Allsource in terms of, Russians attempting to cross the border, and or any comments on Haiti?
Yeah, so the Russian piece where we saw the huge increase was shortly after the announcement of the mobilization. And I know Austin, and by the way, like, I know everybody goes to me, but like Austin's my dude too. Like, I always go with him as well on a lot of these topics, specifically El Salvador and Haiti, right? So I'll make sure Austin can knock Haiti out of the park. But so the specifics of Russians, right? What we're talking about is we saw a huge increase shortly after the announcement of the mobilization, which makes sense, right? Okay, you have the announcement, and about a month later, that's when we started to see Russians cross the border in the like 9,000 a month, 10,000. The term CBP uses is encounters, right? So in any words, when anywhere in the border, somebody shows up, CBP stops them, boom, that's an encounter, right? Regardless of what happens to that person, that's an encounter. That's really when we saw it, and we saw that last for a couple of months, and then it tempered down. I don't think Russia now in the last couple of months has been in the top 10, when after the mobilization, they were actually listed in the top 10 of nationalities attempting to cross the border. Haiti, again, I'll briefly talk about it, and Austin could go through, but just the broad and aspect of it. The concern with Haiti is a country that it has basically an institution and a government in name only. It's basically the president, and that's it. And the Haitian government has no capability whatsoever to maintain control over the country. Gangs have gained significant amount of power in the country. And more importantly, I think Haiti is like the worst case scenario. And a lot of observers, and this is something Austin and I talked about extensively in the Defense Journal and the OSINT podcast, OSINT Bunker podcast, is Haiti is an example of what can happen in South America when countries can get absolutely consumed by gang violence and other aspects, right? I mean, Haiti was economic, there was a political crisis, et cetera, that caused a breakdown of the rule of law that enables Haiti to fill in the roles that the government was just sacrificing. And so that's kind of the issue and the concern. But Austin, go for it, man.
Yeah, so I think the original question was kind of like looking towards what does like Russian and Chinese involvement in the Western Hemisphere look like, and there are a couple of countries where we've seen increased involvement there. I mean, traditionally, Russia and Venezuela have been quite buddy-buddy. We've seen increased Russian military cooperation with Nicaragua, and then we've seen sort of like potential defense deals kind of come and go between China and Argentina. In regards to Haiti itself, I understand that there is sort of this fear of like, the Russians taking advantage of a Latin American country, or I don't know if I can call it a Caribbean country, that's a better term, in crisis, or take advantage of that. So the issue with Haiti itself is going to be, in all the other previous countries I mentioned, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Argentina, there's typically something to be gained by sort of posting troops there or doing sort of mutual cooperation. In the case of like Nicaragua, it's a very sort of sordid history with the United States, and particularly with the Ortega government. The issue with Haiti is that, as also sort of pointed out, Haiti doesn't really have a functioning state right now. There is not a single official in Haiti that was elected to their position. The president was formerly the prime minister, but their entire legislature dissolved itself. So for a country like Russia to become involved there, they'd be inheriting more problems than they'd ever sort of hoped to gain on the positive side. Like, I understand that the Wagner Group very much likes to sow discord in areas formerly in Western country spheres, but the Wagner Group themselves would be kind of in over their heads. They'd have so much stabilization work to just run basic sort of operations that it wouldn't make sense for them. And then on the Chinese side of things, when we look at like Chinese investment, particularly what they've been sort of angling at towards countries like Peru or Argentina, it's typically in line with some of their previous like economic investments. They're looking to get some sort of economic output alongside that, as well as sort of building diplomatic relations. In the case of Haiti, Haiti barely has, like I said, a government, and as a result of that, it barely has an economy. So for the Chinese, they wouldn't touch Haiti with a 10-foot pole, in my opinion.
And Rand, I'm sorry, I completely forgot your question when I went on my rant about the migrants, and you're right about that. But I would like to highlight, I am in talk to with a lot of reporters on the ground in Haiti and checking their sources. Although I think in Haiti, what we see is a soft power from the Russian side of the house. And I know OPSEC talks a lot more about Wagner, and he'd be great with this. The reporters I've seen and the reporting that they said is they have yet to see any concrete evidence of Wagner presence in Haiti. And by the way, with everything going on in Bakhmut, Mali, Central African Republic, the question is, do they even have the resources to provide that? But from reporters on the ground, they have not seen any concrete evidence yet of a Wagner presence in Haiti. But I know OPSEC.
So OPSEC, if you had a point about that, go ahead. I think you may have had a point.
So I also really just don't see the benefit of going into that situation. To me, it seems like a lose-lose, especially when they have other interests currently in Africa. So I haven't seen anything indicating that they are there or that they're looking to go there. I think they're far more focused on the Sahel.
Okay. We have one more new speaker, Richard, and then we'll get back on the agenda. Go ahead, Richard.
Hello, Michael. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. To address the conversation about Wagner and Haiti, I want to say that I completely agree with OPSEC. One of the main things that Wagner has had to struggle with throughout this full-scale invasion of Ukraine is balancing their presence with their other clients outside of Ukraine. They've seen a lot of resistance with the government of Mali, in which that client clamped down and said, no, we need you to keep certain talents here. And it's also important to remember that their Central African Republic mission relies very heavily with a lot of work that's going on in South Sudan. Because of the spread of where the resistance forces are. So there's a lot of very delicate balancing going on. But I wanted to take a quick opportunity before I retire for the night to touch on some of the really important open source things that are going on right now. And so I wanted to underline, right now we're seeing a lot of open source reporting showing that the Ukrainian brigades that are being trained by NATO are starting to depart for their homeland. So we still haven't seen the NATO trained brigades be added to the line. One of the things that the Ukrainian armed forces did extremely successfully with last offensive was they managed to mask the movement of Ukrainian troops to the Kharkiv offensive. So that is something that UAF is very talented at, and it's something that we're observing in some of the open source.
So Richard, that's a fair point. Rather than just do a general overview of what's happening at OSINT, I do have a program or agenda that will touch on a lot of these things. Okay. So I was hoping to run through it in order, but you're welcome to stick around, and as the subjects come up, chime in.
I apologize. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. OPSEC, did you have one last point on the issue of OSINT in different languages?
Yeah, so this would be going back a bit, but when I was researching a certain weapon that the Chinese were seen using, and there was a lot of implication that it was being used on the fronts with India, whether that's the Daklam Plateau in Bhutan or in the Himalayas. I thought it was very interesting, and I saw that they had put out a order for many more of these. And obviously, because I don't speak Chinese at all, and it's very difficult to decipher even with translation, I was able to reach out to a few people that spoke Chinese. Some were more helpful than others. And basically, I was able to come to the conclusion that these are actually being used for domestic policing, which is interesting because I think a lot of us have heard about these hand-to-hand combat incidents in, say, the Himalayas. So it's easy to draw that conclusion. But if you don't speak the language, it makes sense to get a second, third, fourth set of eyes on it. So I put that in the nest.
Yep, great point. Sometimes you just don't appreciate what might be normal over there because it certainly doesn't look normal here. So we kind of wandered around a little bit there, and I totally understand that when All Source and Austin are here, it's a party and it's irresistible asking about cartels. So hopefully we'll get around to that a little bit more. To run through some of the recent developments that I had set up, just finishing up the concept of what happened with the Ivan Kurz ship. We had discussed to this point that it was hit not right in the Bosporus, but it was likely in Turkish exclusive economic zone waters. The video came out showing one drone at least made contact. We don't know how badly damaged it is. There was fake imagery on both sides showing it as being undamaged, showing it as being extremely damaged using the USS Cole imagery. We are seeing, if you start now with the second item in the nest, Igor Gherkin, regular Russian mill blogger, referring to other reports that it was in fact hit and that there were injuries among the crew. I mean, so hearing from that side, that's one report. And then if you were to scroll back, I think it's about the fifth or sixth item in the nest, the Ukrainian outlet Suspiln, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, came out and said that it did sustain significant hull damage that would require repairs and that there were several wounded crew members. But again, these are just, anecdotal reports. We haven't seen imagery and the Russian government hasn't come out and disclosed anything. So we're still a little bit in the dark. In terms of trying to estimate its damage based on how fast it's moving, are they sending rescue vehicles? If you have a look at the third and fourth items in the nest, they link into conversations that were sort of in progress. It was noted there's a ship called the Commander, which I guess is a bit of a repair ship for other ships. And people were noting its location via AIS signals. But then others looked at it. If you look at, I think it's the fifth item in the nest, they look at that ship's track for the last several days, and they say, no, it's just been working its way along the pipeline as well. And so it likely wasn't sent out there for rescue. Instead, it was probably just doing its general work. However, it's been observed that there appear to be tugboats sort of in the same rough area, and that's how people are trying to track it, by sort of watching for proxy vessels. As a last point, there were photos that came out. I think it's the 7th item back in the nest. There were photos that came out of a huge smoke cloud over the Kirsch Bridge, and reports that the Kirsch Bridge had been closed. And people were saying, oh, well, maybe the Russians are lying about where the strike occurred, and either the strike occurred nearer to Kirsch Bridge, which is quite far away, or perhaps the ship is returning and it's damaged and they wanted a distraction. None of which really made sense, because a smoke cloud on the bridge wouldn't obscure the strait entirely. So I don't think those two things are connected. And just interestingly, that one tweet I put in the nest just to prompt myself showed that even the smoke screens that they put up that were reportedly for training purposes, and we have seen them do that at least once before, they dissipate super quickly. So that's satellite imagery showing the smoke screens, dissipating off from the bridge. I don't think they hang around very long at all. And you can tell from satellite, it wouldn't obscure satellite view of a ship, to try and evaluate damage. Schizo, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually, it took me a little bit of time. Is all right if I add a item in the nest for you?
Yep, we always like sources.
Yes, so I found this really great diagram online from this Etsy user. Looks like he makes diagrams of various ships, and he has a really nice one of the Ivan Kurz. And so I pretty much used his diagram of the ship, and then took a screenshot of the moment of just before impact. So the damage on this, the drone looks like, or USV, the technical term, hit astern, as you mentioned, just above the tail shaft. And these drones, from previous reporting, are assessed from the drive, are capable of carrying up to 400 pounds of explosives and can travel at 50 miles an hour. The 400 pounds of explosives, that's actually a good starting point. The attack on the USS Cole, which OPSEC had a great post debunking some misinformation, but where the USS Cole comes back into the picture is that attack was carried out by Al-Qaeda with a small boat carrying 400 pounds worth of explosives. So we can actually use the damage of the USS Cole as a comparison in terms of likely damage on the Ivan Kurz. It's just that the section of the hull that was hit in the Cole was amidships, and this was all the way to the stern. So the Cole's damage was a 40 by 60 foot hole that nearly split the ship in half and sunk it, almost. The only reason it didn't sink was some former volunteer firefighters that were part of the damage control teams decided to be creative with the ship's fire control and pumping systems, and were able to, with a crap ton of work, prevent the ship from the Cole from sinking. So this could be a good starting point for potential damages in terms of the size. And then with this diagram, a location of the general vicinity of where the ship would have been damaged. Sal Marcaniano of What's Going On with Shipping, great guy. I think we've had him in the spaces before. Chipped in and said the stern is an ideal place to hit and cause the most damage. Hits on the rudder or propeller can disable the ship and cause extensive flooding. So with this being at a critical part of the ship and a vulnerable part of the ship, the damage could be pretty extensive. And since this isn't a heavily armored vessel, it's a spy ship. It's mainly intended to do SIGINT collection. It's not. It doesn't have thick armor on it. The damage could be more severe than a 40 by 60 foot hole in a segment of the ship where defenses, like having thick armor isn't a thing anyways. So, nice little preliminary assessment on likely damages. In terms of if it's sunk, I have no idea. We're all just gonna have to wait like a week and see if this thing limps back in the port or not, or if some really nice satellite imagery comes out in the next few days. But with the Moskva, that was supposed to be the flagship, and the reporting that we saw on its maintenance and crew training being abysmal. I would not be surprised if the crew of the Ivan Kursk, in terms of professionalism and damage control and firefighting, probably also lacking. So my initial refined assessment would be probably a 40 by 60 foot hole minimum, probably moderate flooding. And if they have really poor training like the Moskva crew, they might be really struggling to keep this thing afloat.
I appreciate your opinion. Sal's opinion is also very interesting, noting that a hit in the stern can cause lots of mechanical problems. Interesting to me that because they've attempted these attacks several times, and reportedly they've actually made contact with at least 2 ships, if I'm remembered correctly. But I don't think we've seen any photos of damage from one of these USV strikes. And so that would help a lot to understand, what kind of warhead it's carrying and so on, just to see if it would be comparable to the speedboat used in the Cole attack. OPSEC, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so just quickly, I guess Intel sort of beat me to it in terms of the class of ship. I can't imagine that Russia has better compartmentalization when it comes to their warships, especially considering it's not a destroyer or something that they probably planned would come under attack. But I was also curious that in the initial reports, it was 3 speedboats. So far, we've seen what is purported to be 1 being destroyed, 1 making contact. I assume the 3rd would also have been destroyed since we haven't seen the footage. Ukraine hasn't put it out. But I was just curious as to what people thought about that.
Well, so I didn't put it up because it's speculation, but I'll mention it, that there were Telegram posts from people who claimed to know, suggesting there were actually 5 drones and suggesting that 2 made contact. And there was one one report that several crew members on the ship may have actually been killed. But again, those are so unconfirmed that I didn't think I would even put them up.
Michael, sorry for interjecting, but are you seeing for the space, but kind of breaking right now, explosions reported in Krasnodar, Russia, I think within the last 10 minutes?
I could put that in the space, Michael. I got video.
Sure, that would be great. So, to that end, I don't want to minimize it. If things are struck that are significant in a way that they imply movement or use of a new weapon, then by all means, feel free to interrupt, and we can try and follow things as they're breaking. I know that there were strikes in Bryansk, and there were strikes last night in what's the name of the place? Zankoy, the rail hub in the north of Crimea. So, there are many strikes going on at this point without knowing their strategic significance. I don't mention them specifically, but I do appreciate the heads up on breaking news. So if, as you see that breaking news, you think it may have larger implications, then let me know, let us know what you think those implications are, and we can potentially break away.
You know about the strike in Berdyansk today, though, right?
Yeah, there were also strikes there were explosions in Melitopol, and partly it's that some of we're still in the realm of some strikes are so deep that we don't know what they are, and there were drones reported seen flying near Moscow yesterday, and so there is tons to discuss. It's just a question of how much value we can draw out of a particular topic, and when when it's a fire but it's not strategically significant, then it's hard to bring it to the level of just saying, oh, there were 3 more fires, which is why what I tend to do is wait as others I specifically know others are tracking those and sort of mapping them. And so when they don't have individual intelligence value, it's more tracking them at an aggregate level. Clay, did you want to go ahead?
Yes. So OPSEC actually answered or asked the first question I was going to ask about the 3 potential ship drones that were sent versus what we saw of 2. And I'm glad that got asked because I had a second question. Michael, when you mentioned the smoke screen that was put across the Kerch Bridge, it reminded me of when I guess this was like just a day ago. I don't know. Time is getting compressed lately. That we saw a large amount of smoke coming out of the Russian Ministry of Defense in Moscow, and reports of it smelling like plastic. And then, the fire brigade was dispatched. They said it was a fire on a balcony, but then later on they said they couldn't confirm that there was a balcony. I don't know if this has been discussed since then. Do we have any more information about what that might have been, or I guess just anything at this point? Because that was the last that I had saw of that.
So if anybody has seen more than I have, feel free to come up. One unfortunate thing is that sometimes you're only getting the Russian interpretation of things that is probably not true. And the one reason apparently circulated on Telegram was that it was a fire on a balcony, which is probably the way they decided to describe it, to suggest, it's not even internal to the building. I don't know what it was. But if anybody has more specific information about what it may have been, then feel free to come up and let us know, particularly if you have sources. But in lieu of that, so I appreciate that everybody's keeping an eye on what's happening while we're chatting here. In lieu of that, I think we've covered as much as we can on the Ivan Kurz. We just don't know and have to wait for more info, but it's helpful to talk about it to dispel the sort of fakes that are floating around. The next topic I wanted to talk about was the raids into Belgorod. I had an out-of-schedule space on Monday night to highlight that as the news had accumulated through the day. So a couple of little items are being added to the nest, so you'll have to work with me here. Starting from the 4th item back, that's a link to the recording of the space I held. I tried to do it very briefly because it was a single issue. So it was just a 1-hour conversation. I'm not going to go into detail on the things that we discussed from that Monday talk because many of them were mysteries that have since been settled. There have been further developments that I'm hoping to highlight as we go along here. But we'll go to all source and then I'll get back to it.
Yes, Michael, I just wanted one important aspect just on the previous little bit of the conversation. I know you have a schedule and I don't want to be rude, but on the foreign influence component of Russia, right? And I do wanted to highlight one interesting aspect, right? Again, just focusing on Latin America is there has been ever since I tracked Latin America, the WhatsApp groups, the Telegram, social media groups, etc. There has been an increased push on Russian propaganda talking points specifically geared to this, and this kind of matches the global South. But specifically, one of the ironies is that there is a specific group, and everybody always kind of like asks me a question when this happens, but I've talked about this before with you guys. They're called the Russians, Los Rusos specifically, and they're a faction of the Sinaloa cartel that is under Mayo Zambada. The crazy thing is again, these guys have no affiliation with the Russian government, but because they're called Los Rusos, because that's the nickname of their leader, they heavily utilize Russian, symbology, the Russian flag, Russian propaganda, and then to the point where they post Russian military videos, Russian military soldiers, Wagner, etc., on their social media page, because for them, because they call themselves the Russians, well, naturally the Russians are our ally, and you can find them actually because they'll have pictures of Putin, they'll have pictures of Kadyrov, they'll have pictures of Prigozhin, they'll have pictures of the St. George ribbon, they'll have pictures of the Russian flag. Like it's easy for me to find them because if you have a Spanish name, you put your base somewhere in Mexico, and then you put the Russian flag. I'm like, you're not Russian, dude. I know exactly who you work for. And generally, that's how on Instagram, that whole emoji thread I made way back, that's how I found them, and that's how I did it. And I think it's a little bit concerning that this soft power aspect, it is growing, even either intentionally or unintentionally, but it is growing, and I've seen a huge increase in push. But the good news on that, I gave the bad news, but the good news is actually one of the huge increases we saw of foreign fighters, at least in the beginning section of the war when Russia invaded Ukraine. A lot of foreign fighters actually came from South America, Mexico, Brazil, specifically in Colombia, right? I mean, we've seen a significant amount of foreign fighters from these South American countries fighting against the Russians. But I just wanted to provide that on the previous topic. Sorry.
Yeah, that's great additional context. As those things occur to you, that's fine to break in. So getting to the Belgorod item then. So we did the space on Monday. We won't get on some of that early stuff, or we won't revisit some of that early stuff. This first block, because I tend to put things up grouped by subject, is just introductory material. So starting with the 6th item back in the nest now. For those who didn't hear about it on Monday, the Liberty of Russia Legion actually has a Twitter account, and they have been much more active in posting their material than the other group involved in the raids. So you might want to check that account out. The 7th item back, talking about being active with posting material, there were tons of videos that came out of the activities during the raid, and there have been lots of great efforts to geolocate it. I just wanted to highlight it, that there's just tons of evidence of the region that they were in and the equipment they had with them, which is in contrast to the raid, the smaller raid that happened in March. So it's interesting to see the evolution in their process. The 8th item back, tweet by Where is Russia Today? I know whenever things like this are happening, one of the first things that I do is I go and find relevant maps, whether it be roads, bridges, railways, power stations. If people have distribution of force maps like Jomini's map and so on, even if they're kind of out of date, I find that's really helpful to have context. So I thought I would just toss that map up there because it showed the major roads, whereas most of the others just showed it as areas on the map representing villages. Last point in this sort of intro block. It's quite a ways back because I guess people are putting things in the nest. And it's probably the 10th item back. I'll move it to the front, but it's a tweet by Mark Krutov, who is one of the senior reporters, I think maybe the editor at Radio Free Europe. And this is perhaps the coolest of them, is that he went out and he has drawn down the geo-confirmed map, and he started adding additional geolocations to it specific to the Belgorod raids, which is great. That it's not only is somebody mapping it, but they're using this sort of standard format that's now been developed by others. So I would definitely check that out because that's probably one of the best ways to address it. Aaron, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to put it in the nest. From data 6, there's really some insane footage. It is insane footage of a pair of Russian Su-34 Su-34 fullback fighter bombers. This is the fullback. It's the ground and pound ground attack version of the Su-35 super flanker. These things, they only got about 65 of them. Now they've got like about 62 of them or 61 of them, but they're flying ultra low and dropping, looks like parachute glide bombs at positions of Russian volunteer corps in the vicinity of Graveron border post, and that's in Graveron border post is in the Belgorod Oblast, and this was earlier this week. It appears that these they appear to be parachute glide, and obviously they weren't very effective, but that's in the nest there. So great use of a $35 million aircraft, or then some, but I'll tell you, they missed way off.
Yeah, so I think we may have been thinking of the same, same mind, because the next point I wanted to get to was talking about the efforts to displace the raiders. Now, my understanding is that they, for the most part, withdrew. However, the Russians made a big show of it. So if you look at the first item in the nest, they actually appointed a Colonel General, Lapin, who had previously been in charge of the Russian forces in general. and had been removed from that command, as quite a demotion. And they decided to put him in charge of, dispelling 200 raiders, which is odd. So there's video of him. Another reason I chose to put this video up is that, interestingly, given he's a Russian general, you can see prominently on his shoulder, he has a badge of the Soviet flag, which we have seen on, individual soldiers from time to time, but having it on the shoulder of a general who is, trying to dispel raiders on Russian territory sends like a different message. It's very confusing politically. So I thought I would highlight that to the group. Just before I go to hands, I'm going to run through these points and then I'll go to the crowd. Looking at the second item in the nest, just to point out, we've seen already today tons of instances of people putting up fake imagery. Interestingly, these images in the second item, some people were saying that the Belgorod 22, which is the nuclear storage facility, something like 10 or 12 kilometers from Belgorod, where there was debate over whether the weapons stored there had been removed, several months ago or only recently. People came out and said, oh my gosh, the base is, they've moved things out. The base has been abandoned, but it's free. You can just walk in and it's open. And they were putting up these pictures, but in fact, these are old photos from taken in the 90s. And so you just have to,
Her audio
there's
is
so much.
Wonky again, Michael.
Reverb.
Just take a second to reset the space while Michael resets his mic. And if you can retweet the space and remind OSINT Defender that we have a space and a seat nice and warm for him if he's able to come by. If you want to request the mic and come up and ask about anything we're talking about or bring up resources of your own, please do request the mic and we'll get to you. I see that, Richard, you have your hand up. Why don't you go ahead?
Is Michael's mic working? Because I don't want to interrupt his list.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, what did you want to talk about?
Oh, well, I was just going to comment on what Aaron was speaking about with the Belgorod. He was mentioning a video of a Russian fighter performing a very, very poor bombing run on the Russian Legion positions. I'm trying to find it now to add it to the nest, but there was a really good analysis of the strike conducted by an aviation expert where he was breaking down really why he believed that the strike was failed and that the strike was conducted on a left bank and that it was mostly indicative of very, very poor training by the Russian pilots. And so one of the things that really comes to my mind is a main reason why we're seeing this incursion into Belgorod is, most of the major analysis have perceived it to be a raid in nature in which you're going to come out, strike, and then retreat after accomplishing your objective. And what you could assess to see from that raid is what the Russian response will be. I know you were in the middle of detailing, Michael, how there has been a sort of odd show of force. We saw some doctored some staged photos put out by the force that was tasked to respond to the incursion into Belgorod with some vehicles. And I think the main thing that is worth trying to understand with the Belgorod incursion is what resources does the Russian armed forces have to respond to such an incursion? And evidently, a very 101 level analysis would say that Ukrainian or rather a pro-Ukrainian, we'll just put it that way, incursion onto Russian territory is one of the most alarming developments of the full-scale invasion. But provided that we're seeing that the response is odd and lukewarm, I think that that's very indicative of what resources the Russians allocated for it.
I agree with you, and we will get to some of the fakes, particularly potentially staging of damaged vehicles in a moment, and then also to what resources the Russians may not only put on the border, but what they have had there. Just before going to Gurney, I'll note that I think it's the fourth and fifth items back in the nest were... Sorry, at least the fourth item back in the nest is that video, similar, I think Aaron had put it up, of the missed bombing run. And then I'll grab it, but there was one other source I saw noting that one of the larger Russian bombs, the Fab 500, just in terms of total warhead size, was actually found to have been unintentionally released by an aircraft as it was heading to bomb the positions of the raiders. And so seeing that they're mustering all this firepower against raiders, and then they have several embarrassing failures, including dropping bombs and missing the targets, and then unintentionally dropping bombs in other places, is embarrassing. But we'll go to Gurney and then random. Go ahead, Gurney.
Hey, let me come back to me. I don't want to take you off the topic here. I had a meta comment about the commentary, so I'll wait here maybe a half hour or 45 minutes till we get to that an appropriate spot.
Sure. Go ahead, random.
No, I just think it's kind of on par with the Russians using their fighter bombers in this particular manner, considering that they used this exact same bomb to accidentally bomb Belgorod city itself about a month ago. So the fact of the matter is, in particular, when it comes not just to the VKS's poor showing and stuff like that, the fullbacks themselves, the plane that is depicted, 12% of that fleet has been lost since the start of the war for Russia. And given that, and given the situation in response to Belgorod, and the showing of having like a 3-star general come in and like guide vehicles into the area is rather telling in trying to get the response, and just the way Russian media has been trying to depict this as less than what actually happened, given previous statements about attacks on their sovereignty and territory, and then 200 guys come in and do a raid, and now spook Belgorod to the point that they're probably going to have to divert men and reserves from frontline units to supplement their border regions.
Thanks for that, random. Is my mic coming through okay?
No, it's not.
Okay, Austin.
Reset.
You want to go to Austin while we reset the mic again?
Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I want to target a bit further in on what Rand's saying, particularly in regards to the VKS. So at the beginning of this conflict, I mentioned a couple of points that, preceding this, the VKS was struggling on a couple of fronts. Number one, continued supply of highly manufactured subsystems, and number two, on providing consistent flight hours for its pilots. Now, looking at sort of the casualties that the VKS have already taken in this war, particularly with fighter bomber crews, also looking at the fact that they're probably operating with less maintenance crews than normal, based upon some of the mobilizations we've seen, and also with some Russian ground units, we've seen people in completely unrelated units in areas that they shouldn't be. Some examples that come to mind in the Donbass region are sailors being found in tanks. I don't think it's a vast sort of jump to acknowledge that they're clearly having issues with maintenance of these planes, which could lead to negligent, discharges of weapons. But also, they're using less. They have less of their normally experienced pilots, and those pilots themselves are operating on less hours than, say, the U.S. Air Forces. So it makes a lot of sense, actually, to me, that we're seeing some of these mishaps happen time and time again. And the longer the conflict goes on, the more we're going to see them, because, attrition is something that builds upon itself. The more you have of it, the worse your force tends to perform. So in regards to some of this poor flying that we're seeing, I don't expect that to get any better anytime soon. And in fact, I do expect it to get worse.
I agree. OPSEC, go ahead.
Yeah, and so just again, going back to that previous point, I think the fact that you have a general, even if it was a colonel or a major, leading that counteroffensive to try and push them back, that is exactly what people have been saying, pretty much from the start, is one of the major weaknesses of the Russian army. The other thing I would point out is they took the National Guard, which I would assume is, the force that you would expect to push back on something like this. They're designed to operate domestically. They lost a lot of their best Rosguardia in the first days of the war. And I can't imagine that there is sort of a precedent being put on rebuilding that force.
Yeah, and in a moment, so I'll speak about some of the claims about vehicle losses, and then after that, I was hoping to get to some of the discussion about Russian defenses, including the claim that it's primarily conscripts, like 18, 19-year-old kids who aren't allowed to go to Ukraine, who have been positioned along the border in lieu of more professional border guards. But we'll get to that in just a moment. I'm going to go through 2 or 3 of these points in the nest, and then we'll go back to hands. So given I wanted to talk about the basics of the raid, talk about the efforts to push them out, and that ultimately it seems like they just withdrew. Now I'm hoping to speak about, damage assessment, what actually happened when they were there. So this first item is Christopher Miller of the Financial Times. He retweets the Russian claim that they killed 70 of the raiders and pushed everybody else out, and that they destroyed a bunch of vehicles. But Miller was in contact with the leaders of the raid, and he was in good spirits, and there were photos of the leaders giving a press conference in front of something like 100 reporters. And they claimed that, I think they said something that we had 2 injuries and nobody was killed and we didn't lose any vehicles. So that's the raiders' claim. But then the Russians put out a bunch of video of vehicles, some of which were burned out, others of which were in craters as if they had been hit by artillery. So that's the second item in the nest. Now, I can't evaluate the claims from the account's name is Jack's House. He says that he was, I think, a tow truck operator and dealt with moving vehicles around. And he does an analysis of the photographs, particularly of the Humvees, suggesting that they're in very unnatural positions if they had just either driven into craters from artillery or if they had literally been hit and sort of fallen in those positions. Talking about, there aren't tire tracks, the tires don't have enough mud and gravel in them to look like they drove into the positions. They don't have the damage to them you would expect to see if they had been hit directly by the artillery. And I can't say that that's a conclusive analysis, but I certainly think it's convincing with regard to those vehicles. There were some other vehicles, including an apparent MRAP, that looked like they were burned out. And I saw others claiming or arguing that the Russians may have captured those vehicles earlier in the war and that they similarly brought them in and burned them, or they were already in a damaged state to claim, additional success against the rebels. And it's very hard to know what's true, but I want to give you the argument, at least with regard to the Humvees there, and point out that a lot of what the imagery that Russia had put up is disputed. Right. So the third item in the nest is just the Russian claim, the third item is the claim on the other side, what the rebels say. And they say, and I don't use rebels pejoratively, it's just an easy term to use, but that they say they demilitarized a motorized rifle company of the Russian forces including destroying several armed vehicles. Now, while there was video of capture of some armed vehicles, including apparently a BTR, I'm not aware of any video out yet of destruction of large-scale Russian forces, although the Raiders did say that they would be releasing video of the same. I just haven't seen it yet. And however, so given these competing claims of, well, we destroyed the Raiders.
Your mic again is a little bit fuzzy. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna interrupt you, and I think I didn't see the order of hands, but I think I'm going to go with Cautious and Whiskey, and then Richard.
Right. So I actually had a question that was related to Belarus and specifically the U.S. response to Russia's decisions with that, but I don't want to derail this, so I'm happy to wait if that is okay.
No problem. Michael, is your mic back, or?
It is.
And I noticed that our buddy OSINT Defender showed up. So
Sure. So I think what I'll propose that we do is I'll finish my last points on the evaluating the damage from the raid. We'll run through hands, and then we'll shift over from updates to a conversation with Defender here. And then once we have a bit of a philosophical conversation, then hopefully we'll have a little while left, and we'll jump back to updates to close out the space. So I had presented the competing claims where the Russians said they had killed 70 raiders, and the raiders said that they had destroyed a motorized rifle division, or excuse, a motorized rifle company, not a division, obviously. And that it appeared that there were fakes of destroyed equipment. However, looking at the fourth item in the nest, Nalcio, who is a friend of our space, he works with Oryx in evaluating battle damage. And he noted that, yes, some of the destroyed equipment shown by the Russians do appear to have been real. In particular, there was one specific Humvee that was shown in video or photos of the mustering of the units before they crossed into Russia, that they, identified by sort of individual vehicle number in the destroyed equipment. And similarly, he notes there was one other type of equipment, a Dzik 2. I'll admit I don't know exactly what kind of equipment that is. I think it may be a truck. But he says that there were none known to have been previously destroyed. And so because it's unique, it makes it very unlikely that the Russians simply took a damaged one off the field, assuming that their list is, near to comprehensive. So it sounds like there were several vehicle losses where the Raiders claim there were none and the Russians claim there were many. It looks like some of them may have been real. To that end, the fifth item back in the nest is a link to some of the lists that Oryx started to track losses just in connection with the raids. I don't think there's been a ton of material come out, so those lists at the moment are quite short. However, it seems like there's lots of prospect of those raids continuing, so perhaps he'll consolidate it all in those. The last 2 points, looking at the sixth and seventh items back in the nest. So the sixth item is a tweet by Eric Toller, where the Financial Times was looking into how much coordination they had with the Ukrainian government. And it seems like sources have come out and suggested that there has been some cooperation with the raiders. I know there's another quote I just haven't put up in the nest yet, where they say that essentially, existential risk to the country means that they can't be particularly choosy about who they cooperate with as allies. So it seems like there is some tacit backing, even if the government hasn't come out and said it officially. And then seventh item back in the nest, tweet from Political Europe, which is Kirby, who's a spokesman for the Department of Defense, came out and said that it is not the United States' intention that equipment they provide should be used on Russian territory, and that while they didn't have proof that U.S. equipment was so used, that they would be investigating it. And I don't want to overstate this fact. Some have suggested that, the Humvees may not have been sourced from the U.S. military because you can get them from other, sort of civilian sources and other sources. So it's not 100% conclusive, but certainly Kirby's statement was a statement of U.S. position, and they will, I guess, be looking into it. Who knows what the consequence of that investigation will be, but I think it's worth having on the radar. So we'll go to hands. I apologize, I didn't see the order. We'll go, I think it was Whiskey first and then Richard. So go ahead, Whiskey.
Hey, thank you, Michael. I came in partway through the discussion, and I believe there was I think it was like the third or fourth item back on the nest was the Su-34 fighters making those attacks on the Ukrainian backed forces. I had a couple thoughts on that. If I'm actually correct, if that was part of the conversation, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to make a fool of myself going forward.
Well, we were talking about how they deployed those aircraft, but that it appears they didn't use them all that well, and that they missed some of their bombing runs, and we were just noting those points. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, and that was kind of the point I wanted to bring up. Like, that footage actually looks like it was taken from a Russian drone, stationary drone, documenting that actually attack, and the attack was actually pretty horrific. It was pretty bad. Given anybody who has, and I don't, but given anybody who has, military aviation flight experience, where I'm going with this is that video looks like it was actually put out to, basically appease maybe the local audience of Russia. But what it actually shows to the rest of the world is how crappy they actually are at executing a fight. There's no people on the ground. There's no lead up or no people on the ground actually directing that fire, and it's very low altitude. They could have been taken out by, basically rifle fire for that point. So anyway, I have some thoughts on that, and that's just what I wanted to share, and I hope it's not off base or derailing the current conversation. Thank you.
Were you just wanting to note that, or did you have additional comments?
No, I just thought it was possibly a piece of propaganda put out there for a Russian local audience, not necessarily showing what actually was happening in Belgorod at that point. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we just discussed the idea of the faked. It certainly appears that some of the destroyed vehicles were not in fact destroyed, although some were. Others noted that the video of Lapin, the general, sort of striding forward while down the middle of a road, while at the same time other troops were sort of running from cover to cover around him, seems like it was likely staged. So I think it's entirely feasible that it was staged. But I don't have any other thoughts on that. As we go around through hands, others might want to toss in their ideas on it as well. I think it was Richard and then Clay. Go ahead, Richard.
Thank you. I added the tweet that I mentioned before, which was a pretty good little analysis by an aviation expert on the strikes. I added that to the nest. But I think that a lot of the other speakers are really underlining one of the most important things about this situation in Belgorod, which is if, right now we're discussing whether or not some of these pictures were staged, whether or not some of the videos released were for propaganda purposes. I know a lot of the Russian media is speaking about how they killed 70 people. And usually when something like that happens, you don't say we killed 70 people and then the other side says we didn't lose anybody. Normally a response would be, oh, well, it wasn't that bad, or we accomplished our objective or something. But I think it really shows who the propaganda is, or sorry, who the message is targeting. And I think Whiskey brings up a really good point in that a lot of the times when we in the West, the way we understand our militaries is that it's sort of like one cohesive unit and it operates in tandem. But I think as people are learning a lot about how the Russian military works, is there's a lot of patronage politics, and there's a lot of plays to other people in the military to say, oh, well, I'm Prigozhin, I can get Bakhmut. Oh, well, I'm the commander of this, I can handle that. And so while it may have been a show of force for the locals, it may have also been a response to Russian leadership to say, hey, we've been tasked with this region, we can handle it. And so I think that's I think that it's very, very telling what forces they have allowed to respond to this incursion, because we understand that one of the main things that the Russian military is preparing for right now is Ukrainian counteroffensive. And so they have to weigh whether or not they can afford to take units from other strategic locations to respond to this, which is obviously a major part of a raid. So I thought that those points were very, very important.
Thanks for that, Richard. I'm going to go around hands, and I'm aware that we have Defender with us. I don't want to keep him waiting too long. So to the extent you can make your comments brief, I'd appreciate that. I think it was Clay next. Go ahead, Clay.
Oh, yes, thank you. So my focus right now is with the response from the U.S. government and the White House as far as Russia's decision to be able to, allow themselves to send what they, I believe, has been reported as strategic, and I'm sorry, not strategic, but tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus. And I don't want this conversation to go into the ramifications of what that would mean. The most interesting thing to me has been the White House response to this. And how it relates to, I guess, the past responses that would have been possible. It seems like their response has essentially been that it was irresponsible, but that they see no reason to change any of their assessments of their own nuclear posture or as the U.S., our own nuclear posture. I guess my only question would be, is this something that would have always been the response to this as far as supplying Belarus with nuclear weapons? Or is this a kind of new novel approach to taking this news as far as it's not like the U.S. is taking this on the chin, because I'm not really sure that this is even a punch, but that they're approaching this in a very, stochastic way, as just acknowledging it, but also acknowledging that, after this, what are you going to do? Or what is the next step that they could take? And that it is very far from reality of what they're trying to present as far as their defensive or offensive capabilities.
Well, the potential transfer of nuclear weapons to Belarus is a new topic. It is an important one. I do have it later down on the agenda, but I know I seldom get to everything I prepared. I think that from the U.S. perspective, this has been a gradual buildup, right? We had the announcement that Moscow may be open to transferring nuclear-capable Iskanders 8 or 9 months ago, potentially more. But that since then, Iskanders have been made available. Apparently what's happened most recently was the signing of a new agreement that apparently enables the transfer of nuclear weapons themselves. Why that was needed separately from the paperwork they signed earlier, I'll admit I don't understand. I do know it doesn't seem like Lukashenko is particularly interested in it, because I had a quote that I do have a source in my agenda where when asked about it, has Belarus received these weapons? Lukashenko is on a state visit. I think he's either in I think he may be in Qatar or the United Arab Emirates. He had said, well, I don't know if we've received them. I'll just have to check when I get back home, which doesn't seem like the answer you would give if your country had just received nuclear weapons for, the first time in decades. So I suspect the U.S. probably has a way better handle on how all this is going than we do, and that they're responding appropriately. And when they say no change in their nuclear, posture, that's their nuclear posture. But I'm sure they're taking lots of other precautions. And I imagine the flight trackers should keep an eye out to see whether there are, additional assets up in the next couple of days. That would be interesting to follow. Again, we have a ton of hands, and we have Defender waiting. So we'll try and run through them quickly. Let's not raise any new subjects, and if you can keep your comments brief. I think it was Dead Inside and then Aaron. Go ahead, Dead Inside.
My name keeps changing. Good evening. Thanks for bringing me up. Just a quick question. Have you guys seen, there's a lot of videos today regarding a dam that was supposedly blown up. But it does seem kind of like, because it's the same video over and over, and they just keep walking in the like it just has all the signs of it, and then there are also seemingly Russian accounts. But is there any confirmation anywhere about a big dam being blown up today?
I don't know that it was a particularly significant dam. I think the name of the town is something like Kaliski. Yeah. I've seen that. A friend of our space, Andrew Perpetua, he put up a tweet about it. He said he's gotten confirmation that the bridge and dam were destroyed. He went on to talk about how he didn't think that the flooding that is resulting is relevant to the defense. As in they're not flooding the territory as a defensive measure, but more that it was destroyed coincidentally to the destruction of the bridge, and that the destruction of the bridge was intended to slow Ukrainian defenders in the area. But we probably won't spend a ton of time on it. I'll see if I can put that Andrew Perpetua tweet up in the nest for your reference, but it does sound like it occurred because that's a new topic. I just don't think we'll.
Sorry.
No problem.
Definitely brief. We can pause it there and move
okay.
on.
If we have time to come back around on updates afterward, we'll keep that one in mind. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So last night on MySpace, the Bauma Report, we discussed what the Humvees were in the pictures, and those are definitely American made. They're definitely not Chinese. They're definitely not Chinese. So we know definitely what they are now. So, and then of course, if there was any thought that they were Chinese copied, no. Definitely not. They're definitely were given to Ukraine. It looks like they're probably from Ukraine stock. I don't think they're from Iraqi stocks or stocks that had been that the Russians had got a hold of. To our knowledge, we didn't think so anyway.
Thanks for that. I saw the speculation. They could be Chinese, so I'm glad you guys are working through that. Which corresponds with Nalcio's note that one of them specifically had the same numbers as one of those pictured destroyed had the same numbers as one of those vehicles used in the mustering. I think it was Whiskey again, and then ID10T. Go ahead.
No, Bond, you can skip over me. I just had more comments on the discussion that we were having before, so go ahead and skip over me for now. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, ID10T.
Quickly on that bridge dam, I'm seeing conflicting reports whether it was the Russians that blew it or whether it was the Ukrainians that blew it, but it was relatively small, so developing. Regarding the question of nukes, okay, there's public posturing and there's real posturing. And this move to place nuclear weapons, TAC nukes, in Belarus still maintained control by the Russians, okay, it's kind of a shrug of the shoulder. Okay, you want the public to see you do a thing. But as far as White House or Department of Defense, I'll say in my experience, so it does not change the calculus at all. This is now an external facility. This is the same as many of our nuclear sites that we have stashed around the world. And, well, Russia has various locations. So this is just another one. As far as the calculus in the Ukrainian conflict, that they have moved them there, doesn't change the calculus. It's right. We have made very clear statements to the Russians what would happen to them in the event that they use a tech nuke. And everybody knows what would happen if they use a strategic nuke. So not significant change. This is a public party looking to be doing a thing. And just as Michael Bond pointed out, doesn't seem like Lukashenko, the puppet, has much to say about it, really, which is odd. But yeah, the statement was firm that the nuclear weapons are going to a storage facility and still maintained under Russian control. So there's not a calculus change here.
It would be interesting if we actually got a copy of the most recent agreement. I don't know if that's the sort of... I know occasionally they'll release declarations and presidential decrees. I haven't seen a copy of the text between Belarus and Russia, but that would be interesting to confirm some of those details. Dead Inside, I saw your hand go up on that point. Did you want to come in very quickly?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, realistically, if you're going to use nukes, like, what's the distance that it traveled, right? If you're going to use nuclear weapons of any sort, like, is that really going to make a difference to move it, a few hundred miles? Or I don't know. Maybe it's more than that.
I think that might be a bigger question than we have time to deal with right now.
Yeah, but I'm just inserting the logical, into it. Like, come on now, if you're going to use them, you really don't need to move it. It just seems petty, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are some that, like, yeah, that it can make a difference. I think that at this point, it's much more of a political signaling tool, in that Belarus and Russia have this concept of the union state, where they've aligned some policies. And I think the idea of Russia sharing nuclear weapons with Belarus is intended as another step toward closer union. ID10T, go ahead, but let's not get into the technical aspects of nuclear weapons.
10 seconds. Just by placing them there, they have fighters and bombers that they can place in that same location. Therefore, if needed, they can load it on that aircraft and be readily available. All it is saber rattling with nukes.
Okay, last speaker before we go to Defender, news speaker Logan, go ahead.
Hey, thank you for having me, Michael. Something I just wanted to touch about is something that we were talking about earlier involving the, I want to call it an incursion into that Russian territory in regards to it could be staged or something like that. Honestly, I don't really believe that. I believe some parts of it were staged, like the Russian colonel coming in, like you discussed, with the troops running around in the background, acting like they're taking fire and stuff like that. But if we all saw how quickly the Russians moved to move those nuclear weapons in that site in. And I think the Russians are really, really floundering when it comes to that, just because they don't have the strategic assets in that area for troop-wise. What I mean by that is, they have, it's been posted on all over Twitter today, and I wish I had the link for you, but I can get it to you later, is a lot of those troops on those border regions were just conscripts and stuff like that. And now it's coming to the point where Russia is spreading itself super thin, and it's starting to look like not just the fall of the Russian military, but I'm willing to bet here within the next 6, 7, 8 months, we might start seeing an actual civil war start going on in Russia. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure there are lots of people who agree with you. When we get back to updates, I did want to talk about shifts of units and who has been deployed along the border in Belgorod and Kursk. So hopefully we'll touch on that in a little bit more detail down the road. But we have been joined by OSINT Defender, and I appreciate Defender, that you could come and chat with us tonight. Part of the reason I invited Defender is that, and you know, he's joined us before, is that he's built a very successful OSINT account. You know, he's got hundreds of thousands of followers, and that we often talk about the philosophy of OSINT here, about, you know, are you presenting work that is work in progress? Are you flagging it as work in progress? Are you trying to be a bridge to other sources, whether that be TikTok, Telegram, you know, foreign language media, because that can be a useful contribution to the community as a whole, even if you're not doing some of the more technical work like geolocation, flight tracking, ship tracking, the same. But that, you know, as a result, there's, I guess, a bit of a tension between rushing to get relevant information out to the community and having the ability to verify it for yourself, to the extent that often these things can't be independently verified by anybody, usually, you know, for a time. And so in the last couple of days, Defender had gotten a little bit of criticism sent his way for sharing some items, which, you know, he, I think in most cases he took down. But I thought I would have him up just so we could have a conversation about how Defender views the role of his account here on Twitter and how he's hoping to add value, and you know, where he comes down on that speed versus accuracy model, and just to give the audience an opportunity to ask about his process and think about it for yourselves. I also reached out to some of the bigger accounts that had tweeted out some criticism of Defender, and said, you know, hey, we're going to have him on to chat. If you'd like to come and have a discussion and not just be sort of tweeting out to the world, you know, your frustration, then we can have that conversation. However, it doesn't look to me like any of them have joined us. So it'll be down more to us just to have a conversation on our own. So if you have any questions or you want to, you know, level any of your own suggestions or criticisms, I think Defender is ready to sort of take on all comers on that front. So thanks very much for joining us, Defender.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
So in particular, the one tweet that you deleted in the last couple of days was the one in connection with the imagery that came out that suggested that there had been explosions at either the White House or the Pentagon. And I'm wondering, maybe we could use that as a starting point for when you come across something like that. What's your first instinct in terms of verifying, hurrying to get it out? You know, what are you thinking?
So it's kind of changed as these last couple of years have gone on. I mean, my account started as an account geolocating the buildup of Russian forces prior to the invasion of Ukraine. I don't exactly like the way that my account has gone. It's kind of turned into a media aggregation account where I just pretty much post stuff that I'm either sent from sources in Russia or Ukraine, or on Telegram accounts, or on TikTok, or on this or on that. There's not really much, in my personal opinion, OSINT that goes into it anymore. So it's kind of sad. But that's kind of the following that I've built at this point. But in regards to like what happened last week with the Pentagon situation, there was a lot of kind of factors that went into it, and I failed on a lot of those factors and variables that I usually use to verify certain things. The first place that I saw it was in a Discord that is held by Walter Bloomberg, who is a big news aggregation account on Twitter, and he also holds a bunch of Discords and Telegrams and stuff, and he has one channel that is primarily used to put out confirmed information,
And in this channel, it was posted, a Facebook post was sent by somebody claiming to work in Arlington, Virginia, that they had just witnessed a large explosion at the Pentagon. And a lot of people, including myself, at this same time, within these couple of hours that this Pentagon post had been made, was what was going on in Russia, was the Belgorod situation, and the firefighting that was going on there, and the operation that was going on with the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Freedom of Russia Legion. And I kind of just jumped on it, and I threw it out there because I assumed that this was a good source. I mean, everything pointed to it being a good source. The person said where they were. They showed a picture of smoke coming from what they claimed was an area near the Pentagon, and it was posted in a Discord that I felt that I trusted. Walter Bloomberg has had some sketchy sources before, but this is the first one that I've seen that was, just flat out a lie. I think we later figured out that the picture was a base picture from an area near the Pentagon in Arlington that was pretty much edited with AI to make it all fucked up and have smoke and fire and stuff coming from it. So, I mean, that's what happened in my kind of thought process and process of posting. It was just a lot of failures, as well as just me being overwhelmed with everything that was currently going on at the time. Luckily, I deleted it within about 5 minutes, and I posted an apology, which I personally felt was enough. Many people don't feel like it was enough, which is fair. That is entirely understandable. But yeah, that was entirely my bad. There's no doubt about it.
So I have definitely tweeted things out that turned out to not be true, and I pride myself on being somebody who tries to check sources as much as possible. For example, today, sort of out of with no context, somebody sent along a tweet that said that Russia had offered to give Mali a nuclear, or not a nuclear submarine, but a submarine. And I thought, oh, well, I mean, Wagner's in Mali, they've been giving them aircraft. They're landlocked, that, maybe that's not a bar to them having a submarine stored somewhere. And so I hit retweet on it. And then I thought to myself, wait, this doesn't make sense. So I did some research and discovered that it was actually an old joke in like French intelligence circles dating back to 2017. So I'm saying that, and I quickly unretweeted it. And it's way easier for me because I don't have 300,000 followers. But I get how that can happen. I'm curious, do you think that the nature of the subject matter, in terms of it, if it were true, it would be a huge deal? Do you think that fed at all into your desire to kind of, maybe be ahead on the reporting curve on it?
Oh, of course. I mean, that was a large part of it. Something like an explosion near the Pentagon is major news, in my personal opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of people around the U.S. So that's one of the reasons why I saw it, and I saw it was from a good source with seemingly good details, and I posted on it. And that was clearly not the right thing to do. But I mean, I've not just recently, but like over the last year or so, there's tons of stuff like this that happened. Like earlier today, there was a missile attack, it seemed like, in at the city of Berdansk in southern Ukraine, and there was a lot of videos of that. And then there was another video that somebody had posted in a Ukrainian telegram that was claiming to be in Berdansk, and it was showing a big fire that was occurring. So I posted about that on the thread that I had with Berdansk, and it gained some traction. And then I realized that this was a fire that was happening in a penal colony in another region of Russia to the east. So, I mean, it happens occasionally, especially right now. I mean, the war specifically and just everything going on has gotten so convoluted and complex. There's so many different sources that are pushing all this stuff together. It's hard to sometimes separate the pure bullshit from the confusion, and that seems to happen a lot. But going back to what you initially asked, I do feel like that's why I kind of I was overwhelmed, and I just kind of sent this out without really thinking about it, because I mean, it's a big story. It ended up, of course, being nothing, but yeah, I at the time felt like it was something that people needed to be notified of very quickly.
So I know we have several hands up. Before we get to hands, two more questions. In this particular case, I know there were several accounts that prominently tweeted it out, although yours may have been one of the largest. And so when people were highlighting the error, you were a visible target for the criticism, which, I suppose has some, fairness to it. But then there were reports that this information actually affected the markets. Do you think about things like that? Because, besides the markets, there's also the potential that if you get a location wrong, people can be concerned that, there was a strike in Berdyansk and I have family in Berdyansk, and so I'm going to go off and call and be worried about them when it was in fact somewhere else. Do you think about the potential consequences of posting information that turns out to be incorrect?
Of course, which is why I pride myself on correcting it and making it clear what was wrong in the post and what is actually right as soon as I can. Usually that takes less than 5 minutes. Sometimes it takes an hour. I mean, it really depends, and that's kind of the hard part about all of this. The market stuff, I have no clue about any of that kind of stuff, so I don't really look into that. People are saying that the whole Pentagon post that was originally posted on Facebook was meant to disrupt the market. I'm very doubtful of that. That doesn't really make much sense to me. It's possible. Walter Bloomberg is a big financial account as well. They post a lot of financial information, so it's possible. Though I doubt it. I also don't really believe that that post caused anything to do with the market, like a lot of people are saying, but it's a possibility. But regarding the human aspect, like you were saying, regarding people being worried when they see when somebody posts there's missiles heading this direction and they've got family there or they're there. That of course is a something that I particularly like to focus on. There's a lot of accounts that just love to kind of spam every single little thing that they see in Telegram. I try and kind of keep it condensed to what is currently known to be going on, and not just, there seems to be missiles going this way, there seems to be missiles going this way, or there seems to have been a strike here or a strike there. I try and keep it to what has already occurred, but I do try and focus on the human aspect.
Okay. So my last question before going to the audience, it's interesting a moment ago when you said that you don't feel like your account does a lot of OSINT anymore, and that you're not entirely satisfied with the way it's developed. So how do you envision what your account is now? Do you feel pressure? Because I suspect that some of the questions we're going to hear aren't just, fact checking, but are also things like, sourcing or indicating to your audience, because you'll say occasionally in a post, very unconfirmed, but you're still putting it out there. Do you think there is scope to add more context as you're posting things, so that they understand it's work in progress, or add your opinion on some of those points? So I guess maybe that's a two-part question. One is curious your thoughts on how you kind of reached this point, and then what your thoughts are on what you're doing. Are you trying to break news? Are you trying to, put it out there so that others can investigate it? Or do you see yourself as really providing things that have already cleared a degree of verification?
That's the looming question, in my opinion, Michael. I really don't know anymore. I again created this account to kind of track the the buildup of Russian forces in Russia and Belarus in regards to the invasion, my account kind of shifted into a pro-Ukrainian OSINT account that primarily focused on the Ukrainian aspect of the war and debunking Russian propaganda. And then as my account grew, there was more pressure to kind of become this all-around, non-biased account that posts news from both sides. And if there is information that I do feel a little bit sketchy about, I kind of try and make that clear. Like there was a month or so ago, a post about Russia was readying nuclear weapons. And I said it was extremely unconfirmed, and I made it clear in all the following posts that I didn't necessarily believe this, but I felt it was my duty to kind of say it if something did come from it, just like tons of other things that have happened that start out as unconfirmed. And of course, it's always good to have a paper trail to where these rumors started and where they keep going. So, I mean, you can name pretty much anything that starts as unconfirmed and then eventually becomes something, from the sinking of the Moskva to the hit on the Russian surveillance ship just to the north of the Bosphorus a couple days ago, or even the invasion of Ukraine itself. I mean, it all starts out as unconfirmed and it eventually becomes something. So, I mean, I feel it's my duty, if it's something major like what was being spread around that one day, to tell people what is going on, and to kind of put my 2 cents in. But I mean, this is, again, where I've struggled very hard, is with inputting my personal opinion, because, again, my account started with a lot of personal opinion. It kind of drifted to no personal opinion and just kind of non-biased news reporting. And now I've kind of started to try and input more of that, but I'm getting either pushback or just complaining, in my personal opinion, because I don't think people want to hear my 2 cents. They just kind of want me to post news like I've been doing, or they want me to post their 2 cents, which is, it's just not possible. And I mean, a lot of people don't realize this, but I'm one person. I do all this, just me. I don't have a team. I don't have a company behind me like some of these other OSINT accounts. I don't have an entire editing department or people who are fully supporting me. I pretty much work a 9-to-5 job every day, and I have donations that I occasionally get, not much. It's not even close enough to live on. It's a little bit, kind of helps me pay for my Telegram Plus and my Discord Blue and stuff like that, but that's about it. But I don't really know the direction that my account is going. It's kind of, it hasn't stagnated. I mean, it's growing constantly. But along with that, the criticism and the pressure is also growing, like what happened this past week with the Telegram post. I mean, with the Pentagon post. I mean, I didn't realize it would have that much of an effect on just the general atmosphere as it did, which I should have known better.
Okay. It's interesting. I certainly think hearing you tell your story about, boy, how would I be doing things if I were in your shoes? And that's an interesting position to put ourselves in. But we have lots of questions. I'll let OPSEC go first as co-host, and then I think it was random. Go ahead, OPSEC.
So first off, I just wanted to say I think there is value to putting some of this information out there. Like this recent drone attack in, I'm going to butcher this, but Krasnodar, I see these images and, okay, now I have something to work off of. I'm trying to geolocate it. There are a ton of blue roofs, so it's very difficult, but I do appreciate when people, get ahead of everyone else. And it looks like he dropped, but I was just going to ask, in terms of the coordination with other accounts, the importance of having, people that you can bounce ideas off of, and also you have this sort of fail-safe. And I think when your account gets to the size of, say, OSINT Defenders, you lose a bit of the value of that failsafe because so many people see it so quickly. But I know, there have been occasions where someone tells me, hey, I think maybe you're off the mark on this one. And I can pull it down quickly before it gains traction. So I think some of that has to do with the size of the account. But I was just wondering about OSINT Defender's how he sees that sort of community, those back channels, and the value of having those people there as sort of a check and balance.
It's helpful. I really don't use that many back channels too much. I don't really know how to use them. I'm not too good with that kind of stuff, with like communicating with other groups. I mean, I do occasionally. I mean, I have probably the second biggest, if not, I think second biggest OSINT Discord. I mean, around. It's sadly I don't even go in there much. I barely have time with work, and then also the OSINT work that I occasionally do now. I mean, I barely get the time to do that, let alone go in the Discord. So I mean, I feel like I should be using these back channels more, kind of as you were saying, as a failsafe or as a way to kind of vet information better. But I really haven't gotten to that. It's a little bit rough with time management, in my personal opinion. I'm not the best with that kind of stuff.
It's an interesting thought about, if you build this infrastructure, how do you make sure, that it's useful? Because I presume your Discord is useful to lots of other members who are comparing notes there. But I've had people say to me, oh, you should start a Discord, or you should, set up on this platform or that platform. And it's a question of how much you can, if you set it up, the amount of time it takes to maintain, that additional community, especially if you have to take the time to, keep a primary effort running. So I think it was Random and then Gurney. Go ahead, Random.
Hey, Defender. I just got a few questions, but I've just been listening, so I'll just start with this one. I'm personally curious, just from an employment side, do you come from a media or journalistic background at all? Just to start with that question.
I do not. No.
Okay, so usually they're like you learn like have to avoid bias, what personal bias does, editorial practices and stuff like that. So I totally get where you're coming from, where the account got larger and the wider your audience got, you feel like you've had to stop being yourself because you were being given these constraints and stuff like that. So I totally understand where that feeling comes from, because you become less of an OSINT account and more of a media aggregator, which is what you feel like. And so the editorial constraint process and the demands of that definitely play a role in probably some of the stress that you've been feeling of late. So because of that, do you think that with the size of your account ballooning to the size it is now, do you think that you are more vulnerable to people sending you things that are harder to verify, or that like they know it's you, or you have your sent defender somewhere else and they start sending you stuff on these other platforms to get more coverage or whatever bandwidth they can get to boost their own info? Do you ever feel like you have to avoid that trap more often because you're getting swamped with so much more information now?
I definitely feel it makes the situation more vulnerable. I mean, I get hundreds of messages on Twitter and Discord and Telegram and all these other accounts pretty much every day sending me stuff. Sometimes it's blatantly obvious, just false information that either people are wanting to get around or they're wanting to, I guess, fool you with. I get that a lot. Or there's people that are just so ingrained in their bias that they don't see it's propaganda, or there is information that is just straight up lies. And then there's sometimes there's good stuff as well.
Right.
It's kind of to the point where it's almost impossible to filter through all that. Like I'll look through, and I mean I'll get the same 10 posts over again, and then there'll be something unique.
Especially by yourself.
Exactly. And that's the hardest part, in my opinion, is just doing all this by myself while working a 9-to-5 job and doing and trying to sleep, and eat and keep my my mental state in a stable condition. But I mean, I'm making it work occasionally. Clearly not very well.
So definitely not 8 hours of sleep lately, is what you're saying.
No,
yeah,
if 4 hours, if that.
That's not good. You have mods on your Discord, correct?
I do, and I did want to mention that really fast. I mean, I have tried to kind of step into the Discord and kind of take a more hands-on approach, but I've realized that doesn't work. So I've kind of just let my mods and administrators kind of do their own thing and kind of run the Discord, which they've done amazingly. I occasionally peek in there and I'll say hi or something, or I'll post something really fast. But yeah, they pretty much run the entire Discord. I own it.
Do they have a way of filtering relevant data sets or information to you via the Discord? Like instead of you having to go through it, it's like someone posts something notable or has a way. Like one Discord I'm in has something called the Starboard, and if somebody wants to make it relevant, they put this emoji on it, and that emoji immediately sends it to another chat on that Discord to get acknowledgement for. So do you think that your mods could do something with that, or just as a side note with that? Because then I got one question related to one of the issues from the past month, and then I'll be done.
I honestly feel like my mods already do so much already that would be hard. They have a confirmed information channel and an unconfirmed information channel. I've always wanted to kind of build up more of an infrastructure to where we could do more OSINT aggregation in the Discord, other than just OSINT work and OSINT or information aggregation. But that's hasn't panned out so far, and I'm not the kind of person that knows how to set up that kind of things in a Discord. I've talked with several people, but that is kind of something in the works. So right now, I don't think that's a possibility, just because of the small size. I mean, the Discord is over 6,000 people, and I maybe have 10 staff members, if that. So I mean, it's right now impossible, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, it's not unless like somehow you manage to get like another 12 hours in the day, which doesn't happen. So the last thing I want to talk about is what you brought up, which was another example of one of those stories that got through the cracks, which is I remember when this happened, when the whole scramble, like it wasn't just you, it was you and a handful of other accounts started posting about how there were the reports of nukes being put on bombers in Russia and all the hubbub and scrambling about that. And I actually went digging for how that started. And I noticed it was because of a live stream caused by, I forget his name, but he runs gulagu.net. So he's a former lawyer it's currently living in France, that survived like an assassination attempt from the Putin regime. But he runs the whole thing. It has the Winds of Change on the website. It's on Gulagu. They try and get people to defect from Russia with secrets. One of the most notable one is the Wagner guy who defected from Norway on that live stream for the YouTube. And that night, I'm just kind of curious, was that your source for that information as well that you were seeing, or was it just being sent to you by somebody else via that?
That actually was my source, and I tried to make that clear. I think I've done one other space since then that I tried to make that clear, and a lot of people assumed I got it from this other large Twitter account that I'm not going to name that was posting a lot of stuff regarding this. I didn't, and I mean in my post I didn't go as kind of crazy down the rabbit hole that he did. I mean, these some other accounts were, saying that bombers were in the air, and that they were going to be leaving in 5 minutes and in 10 minutes. All that my post said is that there were rumors that nuclear weapons were being prepared at certain air bases. Not that they were on any bombers or anything, but that they were being prepared, which is all that was really said initially in that live stream that you are talking about. Is that there's talks that they are preparing these weapons for use if need be at certain air bases, which is pretty much all I said in my post. And I made it clear. It was a whole thread, and I made it clear that I didn't necessarily believe these rumors, but I felt it was my duty to kind of inform people about the rumors, not necessarily about the information, but about the rumors going on. So if somebody did see this and didn't see unconfirmed, they wouldn't freak out.
I believe the guy's name is Sechkin, but he does have a notable follower who loves to post the stuff from the Winds of Change tab, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Vroom, vroom. But the thing is that it is just basically reposting from these live streams and from this site for this advocacy group that's based out of France that has been trying to get defectors and stuff. So it's the same hit or miss quality. When you're trying to deal with getting people from the FSB to defect, you are going to run into a few landmines of PSYOPs. So I totally understand the hesitation with it and the way, just the way it played out. So that's why I went back and looked, and I can understand why you felt the need to post it in some respects, because it's like, hey, someone's saying this, I can't confirm this. But do you feel like you've done an effective job in the aftermath of that, explaining where that came from? Or you think like with these posts that you take down and delete, do you think you could do a better job of explaining like what happened when you make these corrections? Or do you think like it's just what happens is it gets too in the moment because of all these different pressures, like given the way the last month's played out, like the examples of this and then the big spoof by the AI art at the Pentagon? You think that because of that balance in your work-life situation and the need to track down sourcing, like the time for it, like who, what, when, where, why, and how, that all that kind of falls apart when you're dealing with an account of your size and everything like that?
I don't, Defender, you may be muted.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit there, Random. If you could kind of say that again, like a bridge version. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just saying. Just using the Pentagon examples of the stuff. It just seems like what you've talked about is basically you've had so much on your plate that you've been swamped to the point that your editorial skill has been been harmed in this in some way, because you're posting stuff and you want to put the correct and relevant information out there, but you also or notify people like, hey, this is this thing out there. But it's also just like, do you think that you could do a better job at like after the fact when things are like when you're because it not in the moment, sometimes things just slip out. I mean, everybody in the media sector at one point or another makes editorial decisions that come back to bite them, and then they have to issue corrections. Do you think it's more an issue of just because of the time management that you're feeling that it's caused these issues in the last couple months where you post these things that everybody starts giving you more criticism for, or is it more on the correction?
So we let him answer the question. I think it's
sorry. I'm just trying to phrase it.
No, I 100% get you. I personally feel it is almost 100% the time management. The job I've been working for the last year has just given me almost no time compared to what I had before this job, when I felt I was more of an actual OSINT account. The last couple of months, I mean, I've been so busy with it. I genuinely feel like I'm losing my mind at points. I mean, I've kind of reverted. A lot of people have noticed this too. I have a programming background, so I capitalize weird shit sometimes, like nouns. And I also am German, so I also pronounce shit really weird. So a lot of people think that like I'm typing from an AI, or a lot of people seem to think that because I'm capitalizing certain words, I'm a Russian propagandist, which I don't really understand, because that wouldn't make any sense in regards to grammar with German to English. I mean, Russian to English. So I don't really understand that. But the time management has almost made it impossible for me to kind of look at something, take 5 minutes, and fully figure out every little in-depth part of this like I used to be able to do. And I kind of look at it. I make sure that certain sources are good. I make sure usually that the context is good, and then I'll usually post it. So, I mean, it's definitely changed a lot, and I fully feel like it's time management. And I genuinely do not know when that's going to get better.
Although I do wonder whether, because you've built such a high profile, I wonder if you just put out, 20% less content, 40% less content, whether you would have plenty of engagement, but then more time, to address individual posts. But because we have a couple of hands up, I'll just keep going. Defender, let us know your timing. If you have to, drop out at any point, let us know. I think it was Gurney who was next. Gurney, go ahead.
Thanks, Michael. So I wanted, there's something perplexing me, and I feel like this is a good opportunity to ask it, whether to the room or to Michael or to OSINT here. I wanted to back out, I guess, widen it. And the thing that's perplexing me is maybe it was missed in the framing of this conversation, but I think definitions are important. And perhaps in the framing of this conversation, at least to me, it seemed like there was a focus on the accuracy of information, or perhaps the accuracy on sources. Again, that's just my perception of it. But I think in a way that might miss the point. And the thing that's interesting to me, the thing behind the thing, I think the larger thing that we should be talking about, or at least framing for this discussion, is asking what responsibility do people bear for different harms caused? And I think a lot of that, again, it has to be boiled down another layer to say, well, what are the definitions of OSINT, and what is the definition of what OSINT Defender is doing? And I think that causes the confusion, at least for me and maybe for others. And that is, the base terms we use here all the time, OSINT, right? Like at a base level, open source intelligence is the collection of open source intelligence. Whatever it has morphed into, again, this is not to be dogmatic about it, but whatever it has morphed into, OSINT was never broadcasting. OSINT was never journalism or sharing. If you were sharing OSINT or collaborating in private, that's something different. So I think part of the confusion for the framing of some of these questions and not being precise to sort of ask what responsibility do we bear is sort of in the imprecision of using that term. And I just say that right. So OSINT Defender, there's a couple things boiled in here, but what is OSINT? What is the collection of it, right, to be exploited or maybe not exploited, versus what is the broadcaster, or what are people doing with that information? Because they're not the same thing, even if the same person, the same account is doing it, right? Is it OSINT? Is it news? Is it actionable? Is it exploitable? And knowing that people will exploit OSINT, right? Like when you're being fed stuff or sources. Anyways, I guess I'll sum the question up in saying, with those definitions, right, the important thing to me is not talking here in this forum per se about accuracy of sources, but I'd like to hear more about responsibility, because it seems like what we're talking about is the discussion and the broadcast and dissemination, which isn't necessarily OSINT. Even if some OSINT collaboration is happening, I would surmise that 99% of what's actually happening is the dissemination and broadcast of information, even if it came from OSINT work. And so what I would say is I'd like to hear this conversation framed around what is the responsibility that everybody here has in terms of what you're doing, whether it's broadcast, whether it's reporting, whether it's news or whatever. That's my pointed question of the night.
I'm going to try and answer this. I'm a little bit confused about directly what your question was, but OSINT has kind of gotten morphed into this abomination almost, OSINT and then OSINT aggregation. which is what I feel like you were talking about, which is the sharing of information. OSINT, of course, is what goes on in these small telegrams or small discords where they're finding information, they're collecting it themselves, and they are figuring out additional information regarding this open source intelligence, whether it's from Telegram or TikTok or Twitter or Facebook or wherever they find it from. And then OSINT aggregation, which is what I feel like pretty much every single large OSINT account, quote unquote OSINT account on Twitter has become, including myself. It's changed from this idea kind of determining what is actually going on in these situations behind the scenes, like the more in-depth. So like if you see a train with Russian tanks on it, where it's going, what time of day this is, where it is, what railroad is this on, what direction is it going, what town is this in, everything under that I feel like is under the OSINT category. But what it's become is there's a train with T90s on this railroad track in this town. It doesn't find out when it was, doesn't find out where these tanks could be coming from. I mean, it's just kind of this dead set way of kind of putting out this information without, I guess, not doing more information, not doing more research, but not putting as much value into as it used to. And I feel like the responsibility of, I mean, my account and any other OSINT aggregation account or media aggregation account is kind of this mindset of trying to remain in this still OSINT realm without going too far from it to where you're a full media source like NBC or CNN or Bloomberg or whatever else you want to put. And I feel like that kind of gets difficult sometimes. About what is the responsibility of accounts who follow these OSINT accounts, I really couldn't say. I'm not entirely sure. But that's personally what I feel like is the current responsibility of these OSINT aggregation accounts, including myself.
Since Gurney phrased it as a more open question, to the extent that there are aggregators, there's a spectrum, right, between people who are finding completely new information, or they're taking data, whether it's satellite data, imagery, reported tracks, flight tracks, ship tracks, and so on, and they're drawing intelligence out of that. That's at one end. At the other end, there are people who are sort of just amplifying. And some people are amplifying in a way to say, hey, I want to get the information out as broadly as possible, but I'm doing very minimal checking. The question is, how clearly are you communicating where you are on that spectrum to the people who are looking at you? And that if you move around on that spectrum, either over a long period of time or at different times, within a short period, you're putting out a post that's at one point on the spectrum, and then you're putting out a post that's considerably further away on the spectrum without distinguishing where each of those falls, in your opinion. People might not be able to follow and expect where you are, because you can definitely take a buyer beware approach. And I think that a lot of people have developed that with regard to the explicitly breaking news channels, where a lot of people still follow them, but they definitely don't take them seriously. All the way to the experts channels that post, once a week, and it's a great long report. They're taken much more seriously, but they often also have much smaller audiences because most people don't want to dig that deeply, or they don't have even the capacity to follow. So I think it's more about being clear in your own mind where you prefer to be, and then communicating that to the people who will be consuming the content that you put out. And the bigger the audience, like if you build your audience over time with a very narrow expectation of what you do, like I try to focus a lot on, I almost always retweet. I don't like white label the tweets by just taking the content and rewriting them. So people, I think, tend to expect me to just be putting out sources without a lot of my own analysis over the top, just because I don't have time for it. But, you know, so it's, I think when you shift around on the spectrum, or you appear to from your audience's perspective, that you start to run into trouble, which is partly why I want to have this conversation, because to the extent that those among us who put content out, you should think about where you want to be on that spectrum, and you should evaluate whether you're putting appropriate labels to describe what you do out to your audience frequently, whether accompanying each post or frequently enough that people who come across you will encounter it pretty promptly. Yeah. And anyway, Gurney, do you have a follow-up on that? And then we'll try and go through other hands quickly.
Yeah, and just to articulate here, I think that was very, I think those two answers were very clear for maybe delineating sort of the role a little bit better, or the role part of my question, you know, what is happening, or what are these accounts? If I could just dig a little bit deeper to say, with those roles defined, what do you think responsibility looks like, right? What does it look like per role, or just for OSINT Defender? What does it look like for your role, right? Just to understand the hierarchy, or just to transmit that to the audience that's listening here in terms of, you know, what do you feel your responsibilities are not, or are none, right? Is it in the pursuit of information at all? Is it in the pursuit of certain things? Is it in the pursuit of accuracy? I think that combined with the role is really the crux of the question there.
I personally feel mine is in the pursuit of just getting people to know information. I, again, as I've said before, I feel like my OSINT side of things has kind of drifted away, if not completely gone at this point. I mean, I've thought about rebranding my account before, just in regards to that, but I find that hard to do, considering that my account has grown from this personality that I have. But I personally feel like at this point, as you were asking initially, that my responsibility and my level in this hierarchy is pretty much just to get information that I find into the hands of people who either don't have the ability to access this information, or don't want to go through the entire process of trying to find this information, or translate it, or research it themselves.
So maybe I mentioned this question, but when you talk about, there's rebranding, and then there's the idea of maybe just transitioning back more toward OSINT with less content. Has that crossed your mind? Like put out a little bit less volume of content in order to allow yourself more time to get back more to what you were doing earlier on.
Say that one more time, Michael. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you thought about just decreasing your content output and moving back toward the OSINT type work you were doing at the beginning of your account?
I definitely have, and I've attempted to do that once or twice in the past, but I feel like I've done this for so long at this point. I mean, this year has been so hectic, primarily with the invasion of Ukraine, that I've kind of gotten to the point where I get into a bad place mentally. I guess you could say, if I don't put out this information, like if something major happens and I don't immediately put it out, I get all nervous and all anxiety filled, and it's just I've kind of gotten stuck in this loop to where it's just wake up in the morning, go to work, post this, post, go to sleep, wake up, go to work, post, go to sleep. I mean, it's a cycle. And I've wanted to kind of go more in the direction of what I used to do. But I have struggled to do that. I mean, it's almost, I guess you could say, becoming an addiction to posting this information constantly, and seeing people like it and retweet it and know that people are seeing what is going on. And I'm not entirely sure. I've tried before, and I think I'm going to try again soon, but I have to kind of figure out how I'm going to go about that.
Okay. So we still have several hands up. So we're gonna keep running to try to run through hands, provided Defender is willing to stick around a little while longer. I'm going to go perhaps a little out of order, so I hope nobody will kill me. I'm going to go to Jacoby first for co-host prerogative, and then because Austin just came up, I know Austin has been in these circles a long time. I'll go Jacoby, then Austin. Go ahead, Jacoby.
OSINT Defender, I really appreciate you being here and fielding these questions and thinking about, just the question and the answer and how, and your process as these questions are being thrown out there. So I'd say that first. And my question is kind of goes to what Michael and Gurney were talking about a bit, thinking about what you're putting out, how much of it, the responsibility of it, especially as your account has grown. And I ask these questions sitting among a lot of people who do lots of open source work and source it and bat it back and forth with each other and say like, oh, that, we don't know exactly what that is, or the source isn't right, or I proved that wrong or debunked it. And I noticed sometimes in your posts that you don't source, or if you do source, I don't know how you do, because I'm not that bright about following stuff very carefully, or maybe there's not like a watermark that I see or something. And I wonder if I could totally understand the feedback loop that you might get into with like likes and the speed of news and all that stuff. But if you made sort of a conscious effort to sort of dial back what you do, because it's okay that, you have a large amplification of your account, so you can take the time to check to see if something is accurate or verifiable, and people will still see it because you won't get lost in the mix because you're a large account. And that, that might make it a little easier to sort of step back and see the larger landscape of when you put something out, and that the speed matters less for you because you have the breadth, the time, the space to verify a bit, and people around you to help do that. I wonder what you think about that.
I feel like I do kind of have that space like you were talking about, and I've kind of stepped away from it at points and then kind of stepped right back in, because again, as I was saying earlier, I'm in this not just loop, but almost addiction to posting this kind of stuff every single day. But it's, again, I just need to find the time or find something to take up my time for a bit to kind of step away and to kind of determine the way that I'm going to push this account. And I'm going to do that soon. I'm just trying to again, find the point.
Do you, with the sourcing question, does that matter much to you, or do you feel like you do enough sourcing because sometimes I'll see something you post and I'm not sure where it came from. So, and to when you were talking about getting info into people's hands and then they don't have to do research. And sometimes I I don't see the same kind of sourcing pathway with you that I see with other people. And I just wonder if that's a speed thing, or if it's you're getting it from somewhere and you're comfortable with it, that you don't need to share it.
It's a little bit of both. I have had times when I post sources for days and days on almost all my tweets, and then I just stop. And then I'll post sources again with a couple of tweets, and then I'll stop. And it's just, for a while, it was me saying, oh, I feel like I've grown enough of a following to where people should not just believe what I say, but that people should feel confident that what I post is genuinely the truth. But it seems like over the last couple of months that has kind of waned in a lot of people, understandably, in a lot of ways. So I definitely need to start sourcing more like I used to. I mean, back initially, I used to source almost all of my tweets. So I mean, it's definitely changed. I think that's just kind of come with the landscape that my account has kind of grown into. Less of OSINT with sources and more of just news aggregation in and of itself.
So we'll go to Austin and then All Source. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, couple of thoughts here. I mean, obviously, Defender. I remember the early days with you, All Source, OPSEC, Aaron. You've been doing this for a while, and my observation is a couple of things. Number one, I think your account right now exists in a bit of an in-between space between news aggregation and OSINT, because I would agree, I think you're doing mostly aggregation, but you're doing aggregation based upon OSINT itself, whereas most of the news aggregator accounts are, to be quite honest, pure sensationalism. Very little sort of analysis whatsoever going into it, very little sourcing, and it's some of the most heinous stuff you can imagine. So I think you are kind of in this, especially with the size of your account, you're in this weird little middle ground there. But from hearing from you and from remembering some of our conversations early on, I think what's really clear is that you're kind of in a bit of a burnout loop, just based upon the quantity of stuff you're having to track. And in my opinion, I don't think any one person can be expected to put out as much content as you are putting out and be expected to verify that too. News desks have teams of 30 people putting out the stuff they do on a daily basis. And in the sphere where I work, even teams of at least 3 are doing that for specific regions, themselves. And that is at that breakneck pace. So what I would say, to be kind of brutally honest, I don't think that's a sustainable workflow for you personally. I mean, you've done as best a job as you can do, as anyone can be expected to do, and I think you've done a damn fine job at it. But from just hearing from you talking about, the need to do it and doing it after work, as someone who doesn't post nearly as often, but does this on top of working in that sort of sector, burnout is real. Burnout creeps up on you, and it's something that builds upon itself. And so if you feel like you need a break, by all means, take the time you need, because at the end of the day, it's better to have you at your best than it is to have you in a state of constant burnout.
All Source, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so, I think I'm going to put this example. I know, there's news aggregators and all that, but news aggregators are awesome. I don't think anybody here can tell me Fatux is a bullshit account. So if OSINT Defender decides to go a route of news aggregator, that's great, because it's easier for me and everybody here to be let me go to one person on Twitter that tracks all the key events internationally that I'm concerned about. OSINT Defender, Fatux, etc. I mean, even before Intel Hub kind of was not as active. I mean, same. So because it gives you all the information there and you can do it, and then. So I think news aggregators are great. I think they're phenomenal, and I think OSINT Defender does a great job. But the issue that I kind of have when people say sources
And the problem I have is, like, Austin hit this, like, OSINT Defender is one guy, right? I'm one guy. I make a mistake, and what OSINT Defender, and this is conversations we had, I remember we had this space before. I was like, well, what is a way that we can kind of correct this? Hey, I make a mistake, screenshot the tweet, delete it, say, hey, I made a mistake. Here's my mistake. I'm contracting this. My bad. No different, by the way, than what the New York Times would do. And the New York Times, though, they just change the article and then they put a note at the bottom. But I find it ironic that people have an issue with how it's done, but how Twitter works is, I'm sorry, a news 2 hours ago on Twitter is old news. Like, why Twitter is an important source there's a role and space for Twitter, for accounts like this, to provide information quickly. Right? Because that's what people want. And that's what people want on Twitter, quick information, right? And I think the problem is that Ukraine-Russia war made the enjoyment of OSINT and aggregation of news a lot harder. It did. It absolutely did. Like, I used to be on Twitter for decades, like 2009, tracking information. When I joined the military, I had it. When I deployed, I had it. And there was very few accounts, but those accounts were phenomenal. The problem, I think, is that the information warfare aspect, which is always going to be important in any war that occurs, I think that has become a over issue that has reduced the value in a lot of accounts that work. And I kind of joke that, and I say this all the time, is like, I find it ironic that I have less drama dealing with cartels when I have cartel members argue in my space, in my Twitter account, than Russia, Ukraine. Like, and I think that's a criticism, not to the accounts, but to the people that follow this, right? And you know, we're not journalists. I am in a lot of conversations with a lot of journalists, and they do like the Borderland Beat, and I know a lot of the guys here. Wasso is a perfect example. I got him in some of our group chats, right? They do phenomenal work and in-depth analysis. That's not my lane. That's not what I want to do. That is not, right? But I just feel like when people say sources, I think the sources only matter when we're talking about certain topics. And I think the issue is, and this is not a dig at OSINT Defender in any way, shape, or form, but I think the people think that because you have more followers, it means, quote unquote, somehow you have more legitimacy, and you're ignoring the human factor of these accounts that do this at their free time, try to do their best, and then it gets wrapped around in this information warfare. And you by people making mistakes, you say, oh, you made a mistake, you're no longer credible. And I don't think we would use that same standard to the New York Times, to the Washington Post, or to anything like that. And I just think, like, we just have to be a little bit, like, lower our expectations, as Austin said. Like, this isn't like 40 people, it's one. And I think that's an important aspect of this conversation.
I'd like to just tack onto that real quick, all source, just because I want to walk back something I said previously, that news aggregators generally are bad. There are some instances of news aggregators, and I would agree on FATUX specifically. I was more so speaking to some of the accounts that post, breaking on everything. The specific type of account I'm referencing here. And yeah, that was kind of the difference I was trying to make. But yeah, I agreed on everything else.
Yeah. There are some breaking news accounts do vary in their sourcing practices, and I'll admit I follow a bunch of them. The only thing is, if you build generally, if whichever breaking news account has the best sourcing is the one I'll follow, but what that also means is the one that I'll like interact with and retweet. To the extent that you want amplification from sort of like mid-sized accounts that have more niche audiences themselves, you'll get them the more value you can add into a tweet. So there's a portion is the speed, but then another portion is the audience who wants the sourcing. And if you want to tap into that audience, because they'll amplify you themselves via retweet, that's one strategy I think you can pursue. And if you go with just breaking news, I'm going to be up in your replies asking, could you please provide the source all the time? Because that's sort of my thing. But Defender, go ahead.
A couple of things. First of all, I think it was all sources stated that the war in Ukraine has kind of created this whole breaking news, very, very, very quick cycle that we've seen. And I feel like that's part of the reason why I've struggled so much recently. I mean, it's every 5 minutes there's something new happening. And I mean, there's certain things that if you miss, you're missing a major portion of this war. Like if I had been asleep or if something had been going on, like during everything going on in Bryansk the other day. And when I made the Pentagon post, I was at work doing all of that. So, I mean, it was that on top of everything else. And I feel like I had to tweet these kind of things because people would be missing a major part of this war. And that's why I find it hard to separate myself from these kind of aggregation of breaking news accounts. Again, I've never been the type of account to do that hashtag breaking or hashtag breaking, hashtag Ukraine, hashtag. I've just never been that kind of person, or the big emoji person. I've never been that kind of person. I don't have any issue with those kind of people at all. There's certain ones that kind of use it as either a crutch or as a indicator of their account, which I don't have an issue with, but could cause problems. But I've just never really been that sort of account. But regarding the getting back to what I was saying about the whole the war in Ukraine has kind of bred this. I took a break covering Ukraine for a short while, and I was primarily covering Taiwan, Sudan, and Israel. And genuinely, I was much happier, and I enjoyed the content that I was posting a lot more at that time than the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has kind of bred these two groups of people on Twitter as well that will go to war in your comments or go to war against you or try and hunt you down. I mean, the amount of threats I get myself from Russian and Ukrainian accounts because I make a specific post is fucking ridiculous in my opinion. It's insanity. But I mean, that's just, I never got that with any of my posts about Sudan or even Israel, which a lot of people see as a big topic, or Taiwan. Those are big hot spots in those regions, but I just don't really get the hate that I would get with any of my Ukraine posts that I would get with those posts. So, I mean, it's just, it's kind of a mixture of those two things. I feel like that's really put me into this kind of state and put my account into this, this level at this point, I guess.
So I'm going to go with co-host prerogative, and then so we'll go OPSEC, Jacoby, and then Aaron. But if because we're keeping Defender a long time, maybe if you can keep your comments brief, it would be appreciated.
Yeah, I can definitely keep it brief. I think one of the things here is, like, there definitely are people who are working to do geolocation, and I've done some of that myself. Sometimes I've sort of beat the crowd, but if you do the geolocation and it doesn't match with the narrative that's already been put out there's not a whole lot of room for willingness to backtrack. And I do see the value in these aggregation accounts, and time to time I do that as well, because it puts it out there for other people who are willing to put that time in to do the work, and then you can build that paper trail that Mr. Bond is so fond of. And then sometimes you have these instances like the Moskva, where this is all based off of some very vague tweets that are put out. There is a distress signal, and then all of a sudden it becomes they're saying SOS, they're saying they're sinking, and someone just gets lucky, even though the people who are actually putting that information out weren't saying that they were saying that they were sinking. None of that was conveyed in those radio broadcasts, but someone got it right and they gained 10,000 followers, and then all of a sudden there is this pressure on that account to continue producing information. So I can definitely understand how that pressure exists, And I can also understand how, even if you take the time to do things right, it's not always appreciated. And if you're the source of the information that turns out to be right, that also sometimes isn't appreciated.
Jacob, you want to go ahead and then we'll go there.
Sure, you might want to cycle your mic too. Got a little fuzzy. Just going back to All Sources' point about, people harping on sourcing and that, the account is just one person, and just because you have a lot of people who follow you doesn't really, mean you have any more ability to, source things any more or better than otherwise, because you're just one person. But I would push back a little bit on All Sources pushback and just wonder, OSINT Defender, where you are at with this, that someone had asked, I'll sort of weave in somebody's question here, a listener wanted to ask if you've ever considered working with somebody, with a group like Project OWL or some other, group of OSINTs, open source practitioners, to help with geolocating or sourcing or checking or verifying things, so that you could, give service to how big your account has become, and also still, keep the emphasis on the original way you sort of were trying to do things, so that even though, there is this tendency, this drive for news and information because of the war, and things are moving so quickly, and news is old 2 hours ago. But if something isn't accurate or it's hyperbolic, if you're not verifying it, then it kind of kills your own credibility at the same time. So to combat that, you might partner with people who could help maintain that, old school open source effort that brought you to doing it in the first place.
I've worked with a few groups in the past. Sadly, a lot of these groups, in my opinion, kind of have their own biases or their own little cliques that they get into. A lot of these OSINT accounts kind of are in that way, or OSINT groups are in that way, such as the Project OWL pretty much bans anybody who doesn't kind of fit into their mentality in their Discord, which is that they're the ultimate OSINT, and that anybody else that isn't involved with them is wrong, or a grifter, or is in it for the money, or is a propagandist, or whatever certain people in those Discords or groups like to talk about. I personally don't like that. I've never liked the drama behind a lot of that sort of stuff, which is what a lot of that breeds. I don't like calling people out. I don't like insulting other accounts, which is what a lot of accounts love to do consistently. But it's I've gone that direction before, and right now I just personally feel like that's not a good move for me, considering what a lot of these groups either represent or are consisting of.
Jacoby, if I may, I know, and I think there's a different. There is drama in the background, and I think people might have a perception of some groups that do awesome work, but they don't know a lot of the background that some like us know, because we've been part of it. And so there's a problem. But let me put it this way, Jacoby. I think, and again, this is specifically because people are missing the point. It's Russia, Ukraine. Like, there is this hyperbolic sensitivity with Russia, Ukraine, because those defenders said it the same. Like, when he talks about Sudan, nobody has that microscope. And let me be more specific. I'm going to use my account as an example. Nobody asks me about my source. Nobody. Sometimes I give it. Like today I posted a video and I said where I found it from. Nobody asks me. Nobody questions me. And I think that's the difference when we're talking about these accounts is there's some that are focused more regional. So let's say like Aleph, That's My Turn, like, you know, in the Middle East, or Aurora or Eland News, right, that are very regional focus. Then there's, you know, some that, you know, OSINT Defender started with Russia, Ukraine. That's really was. And then you could kind of see like, let me, you know, the hypersensitivity of that war, of that invasion, for obvious reasons. I get it. That is what is the issue. And that's when you get people really focusing on the source. Because if I say something about Mexico, it's not what's your source. It's almost as if I am the source. Like because of what that focus is. But it's when, and I think that's where I would really beg the listeners here to kind of understand and do a little bit of self-criticism yourself as well when you're taking information. Like, not everything, when I say we're one man, we're gonna make mistakes. A man or a woman or an account that is just one person trying to do it, they're gonna make mistakes. That's why you try to follow as much possible. Even for me, when I talk about cartel, do not only follow me and do not get all your information from me. Go to other people, go to Borderland Beats, go to, like, you need to follow everybody because we're just humans and we're gonna make mistakes. And I think the issue that I have with the criticism that I see a lot when they talk about OSINT Defender is the propagandist. And it's like, look, at least, like, when he makes a mistake, look, at least he takes a screenshot and owns it. He doesn't have to do that. He's just doing it just to maintain some, they say, hey, I messed up. I'm trying to be transparent. And that's where it's just Russia, Ukraine, and this hypersensitivity of it. I think that's the differentiation when we're talking about OSINT.
Although I would just push back again. I'm sorry, on the one example I was thinking of in my head as I was talking about that was the one that sort of raised this discussion in the first place, was the one about the Pentagon, which has nothing to do with the war in Ukraine or Russia. And so I don't necessarily buy into that, but I do understand what you're saying.
So we've had some people who've been waiting a very long time. So we're going to go to Aaron and then Gurney. Go ahead, Aaron.
Hi, how you doing, OSINT Defender? So I know that, of course, you mentioned with the Pentagon post about an AI altered photo. Do you think that AI is going to become a bigger threat as far as editing software and such as AI bots or AI edited photos to make it look very real? Do you think that that's going to be another thing that's going to try to be a thorn in OSINT's side? I mean, especially when it comes to Russian disinformation. We've been dealing with Russian disinformation since way before the war, and we're going to probably be dealing with it, long after now. And and I remember, I mean, the information that you brought into MySpace, the Bauma report, about a month back on Sevastopol, that was great. And, so your insights are great, and just keep doing what you're doing. And, we all know what burnout is. Burnout can be horrible. So I just, even especially for like me, being autistic as well, there's autistic burnout as well. So, I mean, burnout in general is bad, but AI is, going back to AI is something that is incredibly fascinating. And of course, now we got ChatGPT and onward. We're going to have new versions of smarter AI coming out all the time. And this is something where it kind of, almost to some of us, it makes us just cringe a bit about its capabilities, because if they're in the wrong hands, they're in the wrong hands, right? So, and just what are your thoughts?
Maybe Defender, to modify Aaron's question a bit. If you want to speak about AI generally, that's cool. At the top of the space, I mentioned a resource that's out now called AI or Not, which is an AI system itself that's intended to detect AI-generated imagery. Which
your mic again just glitched.
Okay, well, we'll let Defender respond then.
Okay, go ahead, OSINT, and Michael will come right back.
So I love technological innovations. I'm very big into that kind of stuff. I've mentioned it on my account before and gotten hate for it because of course I do. But I feel like AI is of course going to be a threat in that kind of regard, as it is in a lot of regards that we're going to see in the future. I mean, whether it comes to certain careers and certain jobs, as well as certain lifestyles. I mean, AI is going to change everything. I don't think that means that AI should be stopped or even really limited, but it's going to change, and we need to realize that. This picture specifically was clearly AI generated, but there, as I think it was Michael saying, there is a couple of different kind of AI themselves that are used to kind of detect whether something is AI written or AI posted or an AI picture. And the Pentagon picture, for one, fooled two of those completely. It was like 75% human or 64% human, and then the E was like 40% or 30% AI possibility. Because it doesn't tell you, it doesn't just say, this is AI generated, this is not. It says kind of a percentage of whether this is AI generated or human generated. So, I mean, AI is getting smarter and smarter and smarter, and it's getting scary. I personally know of several kind of groups or initiatives that are working to create news aggregation AIs on Twitter right now, like full news aggregation AIs, not just like the tsunami or earthquake bots that they already have on Twitter, or the siren alerts one for Ukraine or Israel. I'm talking about full-scale bots that can write entire tweets about a certain topic or stuff that it finds on a Telegram or onto other things that are linked to it. So, I mean, that's insane to me, and I feel like it's going to get crazier from here. But I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing. I think it's just something that we're going to have to kind of learn how to live with and work around.
Gurney, I think you had OPSEC, I think you have a quick point based on one item in the nest, and then we'll go to Gurney.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment on one of the things that Jacoby said, and how that sort of bias that comes with, some of the crowd that is following the Ukrainian war and the Russian invasion. Once someone is like labeled by certain crews as being, propaganda, it doesn't matter what they post. It doesn't matter the quality of the post. And a lot of the analysis that I've seen that I've found to be very accurate has immediately received condemnation depending on who posts it. Whereas I've seen, not to call Intel out, but he'll post something. He doesn't receive the flag, but, it catches a repost, and all of a sudden everyone's saying, this is Russian propaganda. So I think that's worth pointing out. So regardless of what's being posted, if All Source received that tag, and then, he's talking about the cartels, I'm sure there are people that would follow him to those posts and start saying, this is Russian propaganda, even if he's posting about, the Tijuana cartel or something like that. So I think that's worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, if you're going to get criticism, you'd hope you get criticism for something you actually did incorrectly, as opposed to just baseless. Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah. So as I've been listening along here, I wanted to make a comment, I guess, and maybe this is a tough crowd to make the comment to. The sample of this room. All of us in here use Twitter. Most of us in here consume different sources of info, and many more in the room post or broadcast that. But I'll bear that in mind and still make the comment here. I was hearing that there was, possibly from All Source and OSINT, that there was some sensitivity perhaps around the war in Ukraine that All Source doesn't get with his things. But in my mind, when I hear those comments, maybe this is because I don't post, I don't broadcast anything, not a one on Twitter. But in some ways sounds to me like a rationalization or a justification. What may be a headache to one person, or what may be a freedom to one person to freedom to speech or freedom to broadcast or freedom to report on news, right? When I asked the original question, like what responsibilities do you bear, right? Because when you get it right, you can save lives, you can broadcast information. When you get it wrong, people can die. Right. So I do hear the frustrations you're saying, but when I ask to drill down to the, what responsibilities do you bear? Info that you provide can move markets. It can get people to safety. It can get people some accuracy, but it can also go sideways. I think to Oppenheimer here in this moment, in his early justifications, when if not him, someone else would pursue that mythical journey, that knowledge that was sort of his right to pursue. And I guess I'm going to push back here and ask, what responsibilities do you think, All Source and OSINT Defender, do you have? And I say this, most of us came together in these spaces around the Ukraine war. So obviously the elephant in the room has been OPSEC, and most things, that don't get reported on, that could be OSINT or OSINT, depending on your perspective. If you were a Russian, it certainly could get reported on. But we don't seem to mention it much in these communities, right? It's kind of like the unspoken thing. And to me, that's troublesome and it's bothersome. I find it much better to state what one's hierarchies are, whether one has responsibility to no one or to something or to certain things. And I don't find we give it much thought or introspection. And I'd really like to hear that, because everyone has a different code of responsibility and they've acted upon it, OSINT and All Source. If you're reporting on a cartel member, that family, might get to safety, might not. But anyways, right. But I ask that. So I hear the headaches that you receive, and yet it doesn't get much mileage with me, knowing that real information causes real harms and that there should be responsibility behind that. With great power comes great responsibility. So I drill down and I ask the first question I asked, the same question I'm asking now. What are your responsibilities?
So let me jump in. So one, let me just make something clear. Like I always encourage my followers to correct if I make a mistake. And 95% of the times when I make a mistake, it's because of my followers, and I use that as a reason.
But to be clear, but not to accuracy. My question isn't.
But so the responsibility. I mean, so my counter to the responsibility aspect. I mean, maybe OSINT Defender is different than me, right? Because he has a larger his focus. But this, I'm sorry. Me personally, as an account with 32,000 followers, like my responsibility is to provide the best information possible. And if I make a mistake, I acknowledge it. Outside of that, I mean, what else do you? It's either that's where I have a hard time, because a lot of this information is already out there, right? The information is out there, and it's just to provide that information that we gather through our sources and methods, right? So, for example, for me, a lot of it is through social media. Not only just Telegram, just across social media and the millions of burners account that I have to track this and to provide information. And if I make a mistake, I own it and post it. But outside of that, I have no decision. I have no authority. And maybe I don't want to speak on OSINT Defender's behalf, but it's we're just one person with an account that tries to provide information. I don't consider myself a journalist. I will try to do journalistic standards. I will try to produce information. I will coordinate with journalists and provide them information. I'm in a ton of group chats with a lot of journalists in Mexico, in the United States, to provide information to our followers, and more importantly, a lot of these guys that I help and try to push their voices and to make them have more followers, because they're actually on the line, at risk. I talk to journalists in Mexico who have to be anonymous, because if they're not, they can get killed. And they reach out to me and say, hey, I have this information. This is important. And I coordinate with them, and I expand their voices to highlight critical issues to the population at hand. But at the end of the day, I'm just one person with no authority whatsoever. So that's where like my responsibility is to be as accurate as possible. Besides that, what else do you want from me?
Well, it also strikes me that the degree of responsibility can depend on the nature of the information, in that, there's information that is almost entirely historical about what happened versus information that has more prospective value. And the more specific and potentially actionable a set of information is, the more risk there is. So if it's about individuals, and if it's about things that will happen in the future, or if, you have reason to believe that it's particularly secret, like there are all kinds of additional factors that would affect your responsibility in handling any particular information. So it's a hard question to answer in the abstract. I think there's also the idea that's worth raising of the individual agency of your audience members, in that they have responsibility to filter things, and that partly goes to how you represent yourself. So this is partly why I retweet instead of writing everything out myself fresh, is if somebody else has said it, why would I recreate the wheel? And therefore, if there's a fault on their part, it's very reasonable for me to say, well, they said it and it sounded good to me, but it wasn't exactly my fact check. Like so all of those things come into it. So I think it's pretty hard to discuss, but there are definitely ways that you can try to mitigate your own responsibility. But I think a lot of that, when we've had this discussion already a few minutes ago about communicating where you are on that spectrum of how much do I verify the information, how much is it your responsibility to do your own checking? So if you guys want to expand on that, you're welcome to, but I just think it's a hard question to answer in the abstract, and that the best you can do is sort of adopting a general philosophy of approach without anybody jumping in right away, just because he's been waiting for so long. I'm going to go to Clay and then back to OPSEC. Go ahead, Clay.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to ask a kind of general question that aligns with how we've been talking. So essentially, like, what is OSINT? And like, where is the benefit and where are the limits? With OSINT, like, obviously it's open source intelligence. And so there are a lot of sources that come into people's spheres, and there has to be a judgment made essentially kind of on the spot of like, where has this source been in the past? Or, do these sources have some kind of, relative, association with like what's been reported after it happens?
Sorry, Clay. I think we've lost Clay, which is unfortunate given how long he was waiting. We'll go around hands. We'll go OPSEC, and if Clay comes back, we'll let him in. Go ahead, OPSEC.
So I guess just going back to the previous discussion in terms of responsibility and, what's the value of it. When I started posting things, it was mostly focused on Wagner, because that was kind of like a background that I had in terms of previous research and some of the work that I had previously done outside of Twitter. And the idea was to push back on this propaganda, as well as, we have this war that's being justified by saying that Ukraine is full of Nazis. And my whole point was, well, wait a second, there are a whole lot of far-right Nazis within Russia, arguably more, and Ukraine is trying to do something about it. Russia is not, and here's why. And, introduce the Rusich group or the Russian Imperial movement or just plain old Wagner. And so I think, people can do their own research. A lot of this information is out there, but I think the value in and of itself is, like, these spaces wouldn't exist without people posting these things. So it's easy for people to say like, I've stayed out of it. I just quote tweet, or I just retweet, or I don't tweet at all. I just talk in spaces. The content that is discussed in these spaces and what a lot of these OSINT accounts do, and I used to do a whole lot more of it, but like geolocation. A lot of the stuff that I was geolocating wasn't something that, someone said, okay, this happened here. And I was like, okay, that's the starting point. But like, ask all sorts. Like sometimes you don't have a starting point. You have like a general area, and it takes a lot of work. But if that media wasn't out there, we wouldn't be able to do that. So I would say give some of these people a break, because I think by and large, there are good intentions. And if you just see the whole sphere of OSINT and Twitter to misinformation, then we're losing a lot of value here. And the only way we can push back is to do it better and occupy that sphere.
Yeah, which is a fair point. And I mean, I know you weren't necessarily aiming that at me, but the whole idea of retweeting is that there are plenty of people who are doing it, and if I can't do it better, then I may as well go with them. But I am happy to step in when I see gaps to try and fill them. Awesome.
And just to be clear, that's not at all directed towards you, because most people wouldn't give sources if it wasn't for fear of your follow up
for them. Yeah, exactly. I saw all source actually. Just had somebody asking for a source unexpectedly. So Austin, go ahead.
Smart ass.
Yeah, I would agree with a lot of the previous points made, and there's definitely a different set of rules, so to speak, or standards, when a lot of sort of the discourse specifically on Russia, Ukraine is just blatant disinformation, right? And so it becomes a bit of and I feel like the information space is fairly, toxic as it is. So, screw ups get amplified, and that leads to a decrease in trust, and that's a cycle that kind of perpetuates itself. And then when you look in sort of like the agitprop space, it's just all some of just blatant disinfo. That's, the best way I can describe it. I definitely do understand kind of like Gertie's point towards like a responsibility to source, a responsibility that, your words do have impact. And what I wanted to get at, my major point here, is towards what Michael was talking about. And so thank you for teeing me up here with the word mitigation. In regards to like mitigating instances of, accidentally posting something false or something like that, I think like a simple standard of looking at impact versus risk can go a long way, because I think two of the recent examples we're talking about with Defender in particular here are two incidents that, if they were true, have massive sort of ramifications. Like if Russian bombers are going into the air with nuclear weapons armed, and like as much as I forget the guy's name, I think it was it Shushko, was talking about it. They're getting orders to do all this stuff. That's massive impact. That's crazy, right? That's something that I think, most of us, after looking at what he was talking about for 30 minutes, an hour in, and I understand that it doesn't, really play with the, first to pass the post system, which I think is kind of destructive in a way. We all kind of knew that nuclear war wasn't, happening as we saw it. But the problem is with those initial posts, there's plenty of people who are going to view that and be like, all right, where's my nearest fallout shelter? Likewise with the potential bombing outside of the Capitol, right, that didn't pan out. I think the other sort of insinuation there, especially with that coming on the tails of the drone bombings of the Kremlin, the assumption there is that the U.S. is being attacked for this or for some reason. Both of those incidents carry massive sort of ramifications, and as a result, even a quick sort of correction there, once that's out there, you already got thousands of people panicking about it. So I think mitigating sort of how likely is this happening versus what is the impact of this being sort of spread could go a long way.
Right, which goes to when Gurney asked about responsibility, and I was saying, well, it depends a lot on the nature of the information. If it's something like the White House being bombed that could move markets, that has one implication, and nuclear war concerns have a different sort of implication where it's not specific to an individual, like I had said, specific and actionable, but those are topics that are sensitive because they affect everybody potentially, even if the risk level has only gone up just a little bit. So, yeah, anyway, we have 2 more hands. We've gone way over our scheduled time, but it's an interesting conversation. We have 2 more hands. I'll go to Brett first as a brand new speaker, and then we'll go to Jacob. Go ahead, Brett.
Thanks, Michael. First time in your guys' room on open source intelligence. I think it's an interesting topic. I wanted to latch on to something you had just said, though. You said that, kind of the best we can hope for is to operate off of a general philosophy. And I agree with that problem. I don't know if it'd be improper for me to speak on a project we're working on, but that's generally, how we're trying to approach the information problem is having kind of more of a standardized approach to synthesizing information based off of a general philosophy. And I think that's what one of the struggles we have in, something like Twitter, where, everyone's operating off of different standards and different motivations. And without solving that problem, you're going to be prone to the misinformation, the propaganda, and kind of not have a remedy to resolving those things. But, at the end of the day, with information, the act of questioning and gaining insights from it and practicing that collectively, I think leads to, identifying things that are contradictory or, outright false. And those types of capabilities moving forward, I think, are going to be really important to our health as a society as the tactics kind of used against society become more sophisticated. Like things like with cognitive sciences, like behavioral economics, nudging, even outright psyop stuff. So I just wanted to call out your point, though, about operating off of a general philosophy, because I think it's often unsaid and often overlooked, especially like in social media sites. So thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. I think it's partly the idea that as the media space becomes more sophisticated and busy, you almost need to say to yourself, why am I doing a thing? And what what are the implications of my motivation in terms of how I should govern myself and behave? And that if you don't think about it consciously, then you're more prone to be sort of pushed around by the flurry of information. Yeah, I know that's very vague for most people, but it's that idea of thinking about why am I doing this thing that I think is particularly important for me. We'll go to Jacob, and then we can finish up with OPSEC.
So Cautious just came back, and the point you just made is actually exactly along the lines of what I was thinking. So I think we have several risk analysts in here, and when we talk about risk, it's sort of this combination of threat, consequence, and vulnerability. And a lot of people, I think, we apply that to the information that we're analyzing, but don't necessarily apply that to the information that we're putting out there. And maybe that's because a lot of us are used to using things like confidence intervals, and there is such a thing as like bad intel. But when you're just putting this out in 140 characters, you don't get to apply that same nuance. And so maybe if we take those same concepts of this threat, vulnerability, and consequence, and apply that to the information that we're putting out there, not just the information that we're analyzing, that could go a long way.
That's true. And for those who don't know, there's a whole vocabulary when you're providing analysis for how to imply the likelihood of accuracy of your projections. That I'll try and find a chart and put it up. So we have a couple of hands up, just so you know, because my co-hosts and the folks assisting with the space, we've gone well over. So I think we're going to go through the hands that are up now. So no offense to anybody who gets further inspired. Because Cautious had waited so long and then got disconnected, we're going to go to Cautious, Jacob, Artemis, and then we'll finish with All Source. Go ahead, Cautious.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I Twitter, my phone, all that is anyway. So I think when the last I was here, I brought up what is OSINT, what is the benefit, and what are the limits. But what really I think is very important is how do we, as a community, how are we impactful? Where are these spaces important in our both understanding but also contribution towards this information space that has essentially reared its head in the past, I guess, year as an essentially important factor in the way that we engage the world and the way that nations engage other nations. This entire, especially with Twitter, as much as I would like that it wasn't Twitter, but it is, that this is a transformative way that we are experiencing how the world works, right? And so with these spaces and with these conversations with these extremely informative people, the one thing that has stood out to me the most is where are all the people? I am saddened that these spaces only average about 100 or under above. This should be so much more impactful. And I am just I don't understand how this has been so important, but yet we in this community have only so much reach. So where do we go and how do we approach reaching more public audiences to describe to them what's going on and have good information about what is happening? That was the bulk of my question. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much.
Michael, I can answer that.
That would
be right.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. So gosh, let me. And actually, this is one of the reasons my hands up, right? So let's go to February of 2022, right? In February 2022, actually, a lot of the people in this space, as speakers, OSINT Defender, Grammar, not Artemis, you'll always be Grammar, Austin, Patrick, Aaron, Offsite, we had the continuous space basically for a long time covering the Russia-Ukraine war. And we were in the tens of thousands of people were listening, and senior figures, senators, congressmen, international figures, because the beauty that we have on Twitter, and I think this is what people forget, is that, and especially because a lot of us are kind of anonymous accounts for the most part, we were able, based on publicly available information, and I think that's more important than the term OSINT. I think it's more important to use PAI, publicly available information. We're able to provide quick analysis and information of what was going on the ground. And since we weren't kind of this news organization, it was okay for us to say, hey, we got initial reports of this, it's unconfirmed, we'll try to confirm it, right? When you generally have news organizations, and rightfully so, and it's different for them, news organizations generally won't run something until they can get confirmation of it, and that takes time. And in a situation like this, where you just need information in a snap of a finger, that allows us to do a lot of quick analysis, and a lot of it, for example, the failure. I remember we were talking about issues of the Russian militaries within 24 to 48 hours, when most news organizations tend to take a little bit longer. But then what happened was, and it's not, again, we're not the hoarders of accounts, but then this type of information, people quickly realized where they can get it and expanded, and then it diluted that space, right? So cautious to your point, how do you get Twitter to get to where you want it to be for providing information? And that has been a very hard project. There has been an attempt to try to do something like this. There were groups created, I was part of it, to try to do something like that. But to do that, cautious, unfortunately, you need money. You need money. Like, people blast me for this, and I'll be the first one to admit it. I joined, Mario Spaces. There's an entire infrastructure behind the scenes for something like that to happen, to get the tens of thousands of listeners. They have a different way of operating things, and it's great. People might love it or hate it. They have a different way of how they want to present information in spaces, etc. But it requires infrastructure. It requires, I don't get paid to do this. OSINT Defender doesn't get paid to do this. None of us get, maybe some donations to a subscriber, but not to the enough where we can dedicate our lives to do this. And I think that's a fundamental issue. It's like, and by the way, Mirror Report was before that was Walter Report, which before Walter Report was the space OSINT Defender was created with Artemis and all of this here. There was a huge drama with that, but that's a different story, right? But all those people that do the Mirror Report right now are volunteers, right? It requires infrastructure. And unfortunately, a lot of it is hard to do. And I would love for that. I would love to create a space to do that, but are you going to pay me to do this? Like, I'm not trying to be an evil or mean, but I'm sorry. I got a job. I got a family. My family and my job is more important. And I think that's what so we try to do the best that we can. We try to schedule spaces in our own time and educate people. Even though I cover cartels, I try to, where I actually feel more comfortable discussing is actually military affairs. And I try to be a speaker there. And I acknowledge that probably most of my followers comes from there. Right. But to your point, investment, infrastructure, money, but the problem then is, if there's money, do you then lose that independence that you had when you created an account, right? I like the fact that I don't make money doing this. I appreciate that because it gives me independence to run my account how I see fit, and I don't want to sacrifice that. And so, it's, if you manage to get a solution to that, please let me know and let's do it. It's hard.
Hey, and I'll just say there's a reason why I pretty much stick to these spaces that are, around or under 100 people. Like, it's just like, once you get over a certain amount, it seems like things go absolutely freaking haywire. And what's the point at that point, right? So, yes, thank you.
Well, so, these are interesting questions that I think about a fair bit as well. And so there's, how do you solve the problem? And I think All Source is right that often it would have to move toward having some revenue. But then there's the question, okay, assume you don't have revenue. How do you get the best solution without revenue that you can? And that might not be perfect, but you can try and optimize for it. To Clay's point about, once you get over a certain size of space, it goes weird. That's only, I think, because the big spaces start to want to move toward revenue, and then it becomes about revenue. I think you could get big spaces with communities that didn't involve revenue, but it's not going to be 24/7, right? You're not going to get the celebrities in consistently. It just comes down to doing the best you can, which is kind of what I'm trying to do with my spaces, which is bring the community together. It's not always going to be terrific. But anyway, but I totally agree with All Source that it is a hard problem that is usually solved best by money. But again, that introduces a whole bunch of other problems of its own. I know a bunch of hands are going up, but sort of Brett, but I'm going to run through the hands that were up that I had called earlier. And then we're going to have to wrap because I have to go to sleep. So we're going to go to Jacob and then Artemis, and then we'll end with OPSEC. Go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you. Bonjour, friends. I didn't want to break my contribution streak. Plus, it's my birthday as of an hour ago, so I definitely found a good time to pop on stage. I will try to be as brief as possible. So this idea of risk mitigation, and in response to Cautious Clay and Brett and Gurney and All Source, I feel like we're all congregating around even what you were saying, Michael. My motivation to hop on stage started when Gurney asked, like, what are the tiers that we operate under? And how do we know that we're kind of doing the right thing? Okay, and even this idea of risk mitigation for the self versus like operating under a very direct structured philosophy, it reminds me of the parts and the whole philosophy, right? Because I believe we have a responsibility to each other. We all have a responsibility to every single human being on earth. But sometimes people operate with different intentions. And more often I've said ego and greed are the enemies to humanity. Because if we didn't try to accumulate everything just for ourselves, but we try to help our local and global communities, I think that it's a lot easier to observe and analyze the behavioral patterns of an individual who is acting on one way versus the other. And we can see where their intentions are based on their behavioral triggers and their semantical linguistical structures and how they are actually presenting themselves, regardless of kind of the data that they're using to do so. So my answer to Gurney that I thought was, for some reason, immediately I started structuring the answer in kind of like peace above everything. But in order to have peace, we need security. Okay, because even these non-physical abstracts like justice require a certain emoto-cognitive infrastructure. We actually have to understand how the process works for the process to work. And then after peace and security, then it's like
So Jacob, this is very interesting. We're getting into philosophy. I don't think we're as
Michael, your microphone just needs it.
And I could wrap it up in less than 60 seconds.
Okay, that's great.
If that's okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so the first tier of peace, right? Then security, then education, right? Which is freedom of engagement, and then fun. People like to actually enjoy stuff, but it has to. I mean, of course, it could be a kind of fluid tier system, but upon first initial analysis, that's kind of what jumped out to me. And again, it's like freedom has to be free, but it requires a structure or else it's temporally limited, right? An individual can engage in freedom, but if it leads to the exclusion of all other abilities, that freedom becomes not free very quickly. And
so Jacob, hopefully my mic's working. I appreciate what you're going through. You seem to be discussing the philosophy of life. I think Gurney was asking much more narrowly the philosophy of what's owed in the specific context of sharing information on spaces.
Yes. If you give me another 30 seconds, I would love to just wrap it up. Sure. And I think I may touch on that point. Because I actually wrote out my points while I was waiting, and I'm very close to finish. Please give me 30 seconds and I could wrap it up. Now, the fact that there's 100 people in this space versus, a lot of people engaging in singing and dancing and a lot of different avoidance structures, it reminds me of therapy, right? It's like therapists, their main job is to reframe the self-narrative. And if we're able to do that, if we're actually able to tier our understanding of why we're doing anything, it kind of alleviates the difficulty with making the right choices. And sometimes, let's think about the concept of a mistake. Sometimes we only realize that we made a mistake after the fact, when we have newer and better data. And we can actually see this with things like, transition difficulties from a person engaging in a task or stopping a task, or individuals who have taken orders, not realizing exactly what they were doing. And again, this happens in every single civilization. And sometimes we would rather operate with the frame that...
So Jacob, I appreciate your contributions generally. That was a good additional minute, and I don't see us coming to a conclusion. So I'm going to say thanks for joining. Happy birthday. I really do need to go to sleep soon, and I want to let these last two hands go. So, thanks for joining us. Go ahead, Artemis.
I just want to say, like, now I'm like totally geeking out about. I've been like listening to John Rawls and a bunch of philosophy stuff. So now I'm like, my brain isn't just went. But anyway, no, I was also going to mention on the whole like kind of building an infrastructure and like making OSINT like more doable and a more popular kind of sense or whatever. Like, it's also, I think, like the whole kind of dealing with the sociology aspect of it and how people interact with it and how people consume it, and then also like the kind of finding ways to insulate from drama, because I mean that was like really a big reason why I just fell off. I was like, fuck this, it's not worth dealing with all the drama. When somebody can come in and say, which kind of like when I hopped in here, y'all are talking about how like if one person gets called like a Russian propagandist or whatever, all of a sudden like just all of their posts get judged, whatever. It's like, yeah, when one person could come in and start shitting on our group, and then basically like people who had been following me for months all of a sudden were like, oh well, this person claims to be Ukrainian, so I'm going to believe them over the people I've been listening to for months. It's like some of that you can kind of insulate from, some of them you can't. And then obviously whenever All Source posts, he needs to make sure he's not doing it with mercury as a Gatorade. Like that'll take his risk down a lot. And
Radar is not OSINT.
Oh, real quick though, I think I might have shared it with our group chat about how I think it was Igor Gherkin posted about how Mars and Jupiter were like they shouldn't have done something while Mars and Jupiter were badly aspected. I checked, sure enough, Mars was squaring Jupiter. That was a horrible time, like to get cocky and just it's a horrible time militarily for them anyway, especially because it's aspecting their chart badly. So I don't know. It was just nice having confirmation that those motherfuckers do use astrology, and like my hunches were right.
Kill me now.
Okay. We'll wrap it up with OPSEC. OPSEC, go ahead.
So yeah, and I'll be quick because I know you want to get to bed. So first of all, I would say the focus of these spaces is very niche, and I think of it sort of like FP versus Fox News. So a lot of us operate in this niche sphere, and to expect everyone, to maintain that level of interest over the course of 14 months, 15 months is difficult, I think. And I love that there are so many people that are still interested in this. But a lot of the times we do get into the weeds. And so I think that is a limiting factor. And if you look at the larger spaces, to me, they almost seem schizophrenic because you have these people who just cover all these different topics. There's no way all of them are experts on each and every one of those topics, but they present it that way. And so it comes off as sort of schizophrenic, whereas I prefer to stay in my wheelhouse. And then just going back to the OSINT and the value of it, I have a pretty, relatively small account. But, some of these posts have been featured in like The Drive, ABC, CNN, Australian ABC, ton of Indian and Southeast Asia outlets for some reason. So like there is some sort of value to this, but at the same time, it's also made me kind of question the larger media sphere because no one ever reached out to me. How do they know that what I'm posting is accurate? So I don't know. It's kind of this experience of the last like year and a half has really changed my perspective on media.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the democratization of media is interesting, but then when you try and actually put a bit of effort into it, you get a different perspective on it. On your first point about sort of the approach of spaces where people try to present themselves as experts on everything, that's the breadth versus depth problem. And this is why, so I often praise lots of the regulars in here for being focused on a particular subject area, and I think that is the best way to do it, to achieve depth. I try to get more of the breadth, but I know that limits my depth in any particular field. This is why I know people laugh, but this is why I work almost entirely with sources, is because if I'm going to go for a wide breadth, I don't want to give the impression that I am an expert, even though I may be knowledgeable in a bunch of the fields. I don't want to give the impression I'm an expert, which is why I source everything and have these huge agendas with the material in the background, is that I want to try to be comprehensive. But the only way to do that is to be relying on, pros who are publishing from other sources. So I think it's the knitting together of those who like the depth, the narrow fields with depth, to bring them all together in one space so that you get actual experts around, but then you also survey all the different areas. So that's kind of the goal of what I'm doing. So I think that with that, we will wrap up. I will note, so I hold these spaces every Thursday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern and each Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. There's an invite to our next conversation on Sunday in the Nest. I'll note, given we were talking about accuracy, you can all laugh at me. I wrote that it's Thursday, May the 28th. Obviously, that's Sunday, May the 28th. So please do come and join us. Thanks to all the listeners. We had a good turnout tonight. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you particularly to Defender for coming. And I know that it was both really interesting to hear the development of your channel. And hopefully you don't feel like you went through the ringer, but I think that my purpose in having you come in was both to hear your specific thoughts, but then to open the conversation up to, the broader philosophy of it, which I think is what we did for like the last hour. So thank you very much for joining us. I think just about all the speakers are great. They've been focusing on these events for a long time. I'd encourage you to check out their profiles and consider giving them a follow. And thanks to my co-hosts, Jacoby and OPSEC. Without your guys' help, it would be very hard to hold these spaces. And so with that, I hope you can join us on Sunday. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night.